Collective read for today, Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. We are going to get started on today's Daily Collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's Daily Collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin, first and foremost, most important question as we ask each and every day: how are you feeling right now? Scale of 1 to 10. We're in Taurus season. We got a couple of things happening astrologically that we need to talk about, particularly and especially as we move closer to this full moon that we've got coming up. Now, one of the things to pay a lot of attention to in this Taurus season is the fact that we have a ridiculous amount of planets that are currently in Aries, a lot of planets in Aries. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's something that needs to be taken into consideration, because you have to think about the quality of Aries energy in confluence with Taurus energy. What do we often associate with Aries energy? I like to describe Aries energy as kickstart energy, right? It is the vroom. It is that ignition. It often feels like it comes in bursts. And a lot of that work can often feel like, and if you've been feeling like this, if you've been feeling that momentum or those moments where you feel like that burst of energy, well, that's probably got a bit to do with the fact that we've got so many of those planets currently sitting in the house of Aries. Now, here's the thing about it, all right? Taurus energy is torque, okay? Torque, which is the ability to energetically pull something, right? The heft that one needs in order to move something forward. So I want you to kind of keep that in mind as we move into this energy, because the one thing that you might be experiencing, particularly over the next few days, is the difference between trying to move towards something energetically steadily, like having a lot of that torque energy, but then at the same time having to navigate all of the planets that are simultaneously in Aries, which can sometimes create those little fits or starts of energy that allow us to effectively work in new and different ways. Now, this is all very intriguing when you add to the fact, right? When you add to the fact that we see at the same time that we've got this Taurus energy that's coming in, or we're moving into Taurus, we also see that Uranus is moving out of Taurus and into Gemini. And that's something that's very important, because one of the things, here's the thing about it. I see everybody, everywhere right now, everybody's talking about all of the planets in Aries. Sure, fine, that's great. Everybody's talking about that. Not so many people are talking about and here's the thing about it. I'm not too stressed out about all the planets in Aries, because we've been here before. We've had a lot of planets that have been navigating Aries for quite some time right now. And the thing is, every time one of those planets hits a retrograde, it dips back into Pisces. So we've been moving back and forth into this Aries energy for some time right now. The thing that I feel like we need to be more attentive to has more to do with Jupiter, that is in Cancer, in combination with the fact that we've got Uranus that is finishing its movement through Taurus. Now, why is this important? Because Jupiter in Cancer is working into the context of sensitivity. It's working into the space of deep feeling. And it's beautiful to a certain extent because energy like this gives us the ability to effectively plumb the depth of things, right? It allows us to be able to move deeper into the seat of the self. However, the only way that one can do that is if one is ready to be vulnerable, right? Allowing the vulnerability that effectively fortifies and builds into that context. So what we effectively see that is occurring right now is working through a lot of that depth or feeling that intensity as it relates to that feeling, while at the same time navigating Uranus that is moving through Taurus. And I have to point out, Uranus moving through Taurus is often working through the ability to find a deeper comfortability point is by moving into uncomfortability, right? It's how one grows one's comfort zone. The only way to grow a comfort zone is to effectively step out of one. So you may be seeing or experiencing that in some way. And I want you to effectively recognize that as you're working through this energy right now, because I would not be surprised if you're experiencing situations that frustrate the self or situations by which one is getting too overly, right? Potentially the modality of overly thinking or working through a lot of that overthought upon things. However, allow the overthinking to fortify as it relates to healthy direction. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the harmonic cycles right now. And we're going to start first by talking about specifically and particularly the energy that is in solitude right now. And these are effectively relationships or individuals who've been going through world lessons, which are the lessons that we effectively see in the world card of the tarot. This cycle has been effectively occurring since about the time that we had that Capricorn new moon in Capricorn season, which was around January 18th up until the present. So for a lot of the relationships or the energy that's working through this energy right now, this is effectively the observation of working through the comfortability that is demarcated on feeling uncomfortable, right? Potentially working through the understanding of the self and allowing the discomfiture to build into the place of expansion. Because, and I want to point this out, when we're working into perfection, it's not about being perfect, but about identifying and recognizing what it is that we are effectively trying to do in a better fashion. It allows for that modality of being able to articulate and recognize what that shape of work is. Now, for some of the energy in solitude right now, this might be feeling like a bit of a frustrating time, because at the same time that I see energy that is actively healing, there is a heavy lesson in relationality to recognizing the difference in terms of being able to heal relationship based upon mutual potential or the ability to recognize the direction that one is trying to move towards versus the experiences by which we recognize energy that tries to build or heal from reminisce, which is often the modality of someone that looks back upon something and feels overly sentimental, because the observation or the understanding that sentimentality is often the framework by which one recognizes a desire for something to have not changed, is often the space by which it's fortified by being able to see the change that feels like it is healthy and productive. So we see that for some relationships right now, in solitude, working through experiences by which they are potentially healing, and at the same time that one is trying to heal, potentially experiencing a situation by which another is trying to come towards them, trying to fix something with reminisce, instead of bringing what is needed to an issue as it relates to a segmentation of a manifestation goal, which is mutual manifestation or mutual plans. We see that for a lot of that energy, this could be a modality or a moment where there's a lot of catharsis that is occurring, because it is the observation of having become another person's sentiment. Because when we're in a healthy space, we don't hold on to sentiment too heavily. We hold on to it in a way that feels like it is referential, not reverential. And this is potentially the conversation that is framing a lot of the new relationships that are coming together at this time. The observation of being able to identify and recognize the valuation point of building into what it is that they're trying to grow together. So, and I want to describe this, these new relationships, and these are why we're calling them the world partnerships, or why we see them focusing on the lessons of the world card, because they're starting the relationship in a place of understanding the quality of healthy mutual potential, which is understanding and identifying the direction that they aspire for something to go, and not only being able to aspire in that direction, but simultaneously and similarly having the conversations that potentially allow for new ground to occur or for things to grow. So we see that that could be a very, I keep on seeing this, it's like the energy that's potentially building relationship in the uncomfortability zone that is thus becoming the comfortability zone. Continuing into the relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now, we see the relationships that are the moon relationships. Now, those were the relationships that were effectively coming together between the time of that Capricorn new moon, which was around January 18th of this year, up until the time that we saw Uranus first station retrograde in Taurus, which is around September 6th. These relationships, you can hear me now, I would not be surprised if we see a lot of deepening connections, proposals, and commitments right now between the time of that Libra new moon that we experienced up until that Scorpio full moon that we've got coming up, specifically and particularly because we see that there's a very transformational quality that is occurring in this energy. And the transformation that we're potentially observing in these circumstances and situations have a lot to do with the observation of feeling energetically grounded in a partnership by which they feel that they found a counterpart that can encapsulate all of their energetic facets, the ability to effectively build into that sense of being within a comprehensive relationship, not feeling like one has to curtail the self, but being in a space by which all parts of the self are being safely held, is what is effectively deepening those relationships. And at the same time that we see that that deepening is occurring, we see that that could potentially be leading to a deeper investiture towards commitment. Now, it isn't the fact that there aren't some feelings from the past that are potentially rising up. The observation or the recognition of working through experiences wherein there is an observation of what it is that they themselves were missing in past relationship. But even in the experience by which they're potentially observing that, they're feeling fortified in being in a relationship that helps them see the past with more clarity. Now, this brings us to the temperance relationships, and the temperance relationships are effectively deep within divine union, and they were effectively coming together between the time of that Uranus stationing retrograde that was occurring around September 6th up until the solstice period that we had this summer. Now, for a lot of these relationships, what we're effectively seeing, and I wanted to explain, it's funny, I was going to say I want to express, but instead the word that was coming out is distress. But this is exactly what I was about to articulate is happening with some of those relationships. It's not the fact that everything there is absolutely smooth sailing. In fact, this could be circumstances or situations by which relationships are going through some kind of active bickering process, or trying to effectively hammer something out or work through it in a way. But what we appreciate with a lot of these relationships, and it just shows the strength of these partnerships, it's the understanding of the bickering that is the bettering. Because for a lot of these relationships, that observation of being able to identify and recognize the shape or the capacity by which they themselves are trying to apply effort to things, we see that for a lot of those partnerships, that work, right? It's the difference between arguing at one another versus arguing for one another, because it is the argumentation that they are effectively healing, because they're experiencing the space by which they're arguing, and they come through the argument in a better way than they were than the time that they had prior to the argument, right? It's the argument that makes better energetic armor, right? Building into the argument that becomes armor is the argument that allows one to feel fortified in relationality to the direction that one is moving towards. But it's not necessarily easy there, and it could be feeling like there's experiences or modalities by which they're frustrated, but it is the energetic frustration that fortifies as it effectively allows new vistas of perception to occur, or new possibilities to expand as they expound. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos, and you can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church, and over on my stack at Tarot Church, and over on my spot. I'd also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be happening on Thursday, May 21st at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you would like to learn more about that class, or if you'd like to become a part of that class, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I always do my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we have been seeing and experiencing in the cards on a bi-monthly cycle. I just wrote one recently on navigating this new moon, and I'll have one shortly out on this full moon that we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a budget, as well as dream interpretations, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that as well. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Now, anybody who is on the list before we got started today will have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. How are you doing today? Welcome. Hi there, Minnie. Good to see you today. Grand Rising, dear. A 6 out of 10. That's okay. That's a good place to start the day with. I'm definitely feel that momentum building. Grand Rising, Ella. Good to see you as well. Hi there, Stella. Good to see you. And Tosh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, K. Megan. My friends, please welcome our mod, K. Megan, in today. Please thank K. Megan for all of their assistance. And absolutely, thank you as well. No problem, Ella. Not a problem at all. Thank you for letting us know. How you doing today, Avatar? Good to see you. Excellent. And thank you so much, Chosen, for the follow. Now, for those who are joining us across the other apps, if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, please remember that your paid membership benefits allow you the same opportunities that we mentioned for those who are subscribers, which means you have the discounted rate on personal readings, as well as the opportunity of receiving a free 1-card reading each day. I would like to be able to start offering that over on the place where we keep the photos, but I do need your help with that, friends. So if you're not following me there and you've just joined, make sure to give me a follow and comment followed, and I will thank you for that follow by giving you an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already giving me a follow there, just make sure to share this live with 3 individuals and comment shared, and I'll be happy to also give you that affirmation as well. Hi there, Avatar. Good to see you today. Yes, you are on the list. And again, just a reminder, please don't put the full name of where you send the donation. The apps are very jealous. They don't like to see the names of other apps. Just the initials are fine. How are you doing today, Yaz? So good to see you. Grand Rising, 2 birds. You did win a free reading. Would you like to be added to the list? I'll be happy to add you to the list as well. And for anybody else who's joining us today, we have about 6 spots left on the list before the correction, 5 spots left on the list before the list is closed. So if you'd like to secure one of those spots, please do so sooner rather than later. And anybody else who gets on the list once we confirm those 5 spots will be added to the list tomorrow. That said, we do operate on priority here. So anybody who is on the list prior to beginning the daily collective will actually be read for before we start today's daily collective, which means, and I'll go ahead and read the list for anybody who was on who got on the list beforehand. So the list we have right now for those who are on prior are Stella, Bianca, K. Megan, Nicole, and you and if there's anyone else who got on the list before the live began, just let me know and I will confirm. The first person we will be reading for today is going to be Stella. Stella, if you could let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question, and thank you for getting on the list. First priority on the list always receives an additional card. Excellent. Thank you so much. And if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, much like Two Birds just did, all I need to know is the date that you were put on the hold list, and I will be happy to add you back as well. Hold on a moment. All right, perfect. I am just pulling up your question now, Stella. And for anybody else who would like, to get on the list right now, just a reminder, if you have information that you would like to convey to me that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. I do have information to read over in terms of this reading. I am going to take a moment to read over it, and while we do so, I'm going to give you guys a hearth warmer. What are you doing right now to expand your peace of mind? What are you doing right now to expand your peace of mind? No. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, I'm glad to hear that about how you were feeling. I understand. I can absolutely help you with that. So for those who are inquiring, we're doing an energetic read on an individual where there seems to be a problematic connection there. And before we begin, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the air dragon. Thank you. And we'll do that again after the next read. Can I please get 4 cards for Stella in relationality to this connection? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. This came out very quickly. I mean, I think the thing that you notice very quickly in relationality to this energy is the understanding that when we care about one another, we don't try to turn each other against one another, right? When we care about one another, we don't try to turn each other against one another, but in fact, we try to help another person have a deeper understanding of another person's perspective, right? And what does that mean? That can be like when you and I, right? Like when you and I build into a space of care, it doesn't necessarily mean that we always see eye to eye. In fact, a healthy relationship might be one that we don't necessarily always see the same things. But that's the beauty and the power of a healthy relationship, is the space by which we feel that we fortify one another in the context or in relationality of being able to build into different perspectives or different modalities of thoughts or different ways that we effectively see things. And so, one of the things that we've noticed, particularly when I'm reading for you, is your ability to tune in, right? And I think that this is, and here's the wild thing about our gifts. And I just want to point this out. And once you recognize this about your gift, and this is what we articulate upon when we speak upon awakening to a gift, it's not like a gift drops in our lap. It's the fact that we recognize that in a way it was always there, right? The acknowledgement point of you basically having a gift in this way that has been protecting you all along, right? Even if you couldn't necessarily define why, but the ability to effectively attenuate as to recognizing that there was something there that was off-putting. And that even at a young age, right? And it's really remarkable, right? Because there's that gift. There's that gift that you had of hypersensitivity that was already ringing an alarm bell to you to a certain extent in relationality to something that you noticed or that another person was trying to work through you, right? And the modality of effectively trying to work through you is potentially the space by which they were having an inappropriate conversation to you as it relates to another person's choices in raising you, which is again not the type of that is not the type of conversation that one would have beyond what is the benefit, right? What is the positive? And you have to kind of ask yourself that. What is the positive, or what was the intention of someone having a conversation to you in that capacity beyond the space of trying to effectively damage your relationship with them? So that is the modality by which you saw the lack of empathy that another person was articulating that informed you, right? That informed you even beyond your own ability to see it as to what their effective intention was. So that experience or that understanding, right, is the observation. And this is the difference that you can tell. The difference between the modality by which we may say we don't necessarily see eye to eye, which is the observation of basically being able to help another person recognize a different perspective with a sense of understanding, versus someone saying something to you and saying, don't you feel like you should be angry about that too? Don't you feel like you should also be on my side about something? So that modality or experience is potentially why you felt that feeling of avoidance after encountering them, because it's not the conversation by which another person was trying to fix or heal something, but the situation by which it felt like another person was coming towards you with the intention of trying to damage or sever your own emotional connection to someone via not only criticizing you, but also saying, oh, it's not your fault because, right, it's the double-edged sword, right? Here's that double-edged sword of another person's passive aggressive behavior, right? And you got to experience both sides, and both sides were awful, which is someone criticizing you in an awful way and then saying, well, it's not your fault that you're so awful because you were raised that way, right? So that is basically the energy that was effectively showing you, right? They were showing you both sides of themselves, and both of them were coming into a space by which, right, they were trying to make you effectively feel distant, not only feel distance from those who'd raised you, but simultaneously tried to make you feel that they had done something to you in some quality by which you should feel ashamed by way of the way that you carry yourself, neither of which are true. Because what we really see, and this is something that's what I meant about you having to go through, this is like the angelic message that comes through, right? When somebody, 9 times out of 10, when somebody criticizes us in that way, it's because of insecurity. It's because of insecurity. And I know, and the reason I'm articulating this, and this is where the angelic part of this reading was coming through, and I'm not saying this in the modality by which you have to forgive it, but I want you to imagine the experience that they have to have being that person that they are, which is the space by which they see others, right? And I want you to understand the space by which they articulated that they felt that you had, that you should feel shameful that you had more, which is something that you couldn't control, is the space by which them saying, I wish I had more too, right? The space by which that was not coming from a space of this, that they felt like that, but more because they felt energetically denied something. So I don't want you to, and that isn't now, and I want you to understand, because the reason that we're articulating this right now, and the angelic energy around this is very specific, that's not a chalkboard erase moment, right? That doesn't make it okay, right? There's no context by which them feeling energetically denied something should make it okay for them to project it onto you. But bottom of the deck on this reading, that observation, they're saying to me that there's that observation of them feeling denied something has to do with something that happened to them in childhood. Some kind of energetic feeling of another person feeling like another person had preference for another that they have not effectively healed from. And that observation of them not feeling like they've healed from that preference was you, effectively them trying to relive that trauma by trying to make you feel what they felt, in terms of saying, like, the space by which they felt since childhood that there was a preferential treatment occurring, in the space by which another person was trying to get you to replay their trauma by putting you in the same position, saying, don't you feel upset by the fact that they have effectively denied you something, right? Or the space by which they were trying to articulate to you that there was something that you should feel upset about that you did not feel was true. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Stella. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're having today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, what we're currently doing right now is we're reading for those who had priority, who got on the list before we started the daily collective. Anyone who gets on the list before we go live always has priority on being read for before we start the daily collective. And if you'd like to get on the list right now, you will be read for once we complete it. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through. And thank you again for supporting each other in these messages. We're also at 5.2K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Wibbly, thank you for the follow. And Dawn, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you as well, Sharon, for the follow. Grand Rising, yes, good to see you today, and thank you for confirming. I'm expanding my peace of mind by committing to waking up earlier and having a slow morning. I absolutely love that, Minnie. Working towards that. We'll take suggestions. I love that one, Ella. I love that one too. I'll take suggestions on it as well. Kay, centering and grounding, trying to eat well, taking things one step at a time. Tap to claim, Kay. And Sharon, thank you for the follow and thank you for those heart me's. If you're joining us on the Clock app, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal oracle card on top of your 1 card. And thank you, Sharon, for becoming the 109th member of our fan club. Thank you again, Dawn and Wibbly, for the follows. Thank you as well. Hi there, Desmond. How you doing today? If you'd like to get on the list for a reading, these are donation-based reads. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. Thank you for also resonating with this message, Minnie. Stella, yes, I felt that way as a child and later ran into that as well. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And Bathrobe, thank you for the follow. Alexandra, good to see you today. How you doing? Stella and Angels, again, touched her to speak. You know, the thing about it, and I like the one thing I'm seeing about that is I feel like one of the things that you're going to observe in relationality to your gift is being able to see the moments by which it was effectively protecting you. And I feel like there's some kind of observation there. There's something really, like, again, this is the type of stuff we would usually get into with, like, in relationality to a mentorship, especially if you had that moment where it felt like there was a strangeness in terms of them saying something that felt out of place. There's something there. There's something more to explore there, because I keep on getting the fact that it was a very weird conversation. Yeah. Hi there, Danielle. Welcome. Thank you as well. Trends, good to see you. Hi there, Japonica. I'm currently waiting for my back. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. I've got 6 spots left today before the list is closed. You're so welcome, Stella. I need to point something out, and I think it's really important. I want us to take a moment. You asked me a very important question that I think needs to be addressed. You said to me, is it cowardly to distance? Now, I want you to understand something. When you think of the word cowardly, you have to think about the origin of the word cowardly. And the origin of the word cowardly is to cow. Now, what do you know in terms of an understanding to cow is effectively to bend, right? Which is the space by which you do this. So I need to point this out. It is only cowardly to distance if that's what if another person wants you to distance from them. I need to stress this because I feel like we have this misconception about the relationality of putting distance to things, especially when you recognize the force of trauma. When we are working through the space by which we love somebody or care about someone who it is not safe to love, then distance can be healing. The quality of putting distance between things is not by its very nature cowardly. It is more based upon the intention of the action in terms of what one's intention is in putting distance. So I want you to kind of correct yourself and not feel, and because this is often the wound that we see that happens with those navigating a trauma environment, right? The fact by which they feel that they need to be brave enough to throw oneself against something that's traumatizing again and again and again. It's not necessarily so. The question you need to ask yourself is not whether it is cowardly to distance, but whether it is healthy to be in proximity to them. Because when you think about it like that, that is the better question. I want you to kind of erase that perception and think more about that quality and condition. Is there something, because here's the thing about it, if there's a possibility of healing a relationship, then sometimes it's worth going through the difficulty to navigate the proximity in order to effectively heal. But if you have experienced a situation by which it feels that another person is trying to damage your relationship to someone, and further that they themselves are not inclined to do that work to heal with you, then it is perfectly acceptable and appropriate to put that distance there, because that is the designation of the distance that is healthy. So I want you to think about that before you employ that word next time that you think about those circumstances. Are you doing so? Like, I don't want you to say to yourself that you're being cowardly. I need you to ask yourself, is there something healing that could come from being in proximity to them? And thank you again for that beautiful question. Hi there, Bridget. How you doing today? So Japonica, I need to stress, we have I would like to encourage you to make sure that you take a look at our code of conduct for the chat space. The way that you have questions answered here is not repeating the same question over and over again, and it's not polite to those who are trying to communicate with the chat space. If you want a question answered, the way that you have that done is by sending the donation. I also do free one-card readings for my super fans each day, so I'm going to ask that you make sure that you don't continue to repeat the question, or I'm afraid you will be muted by our moderators. Thank you so much for respecting the rules of the chat. Absolutely. Hi there, Alexandra. Good to see you today. Thank you as well. Excellent. Grand Rising, Nicole. Good to see you too. Yeah, and so yeah, so exactly. So again, it's not the space by which that would not be something that you would identify as cowardly then, would you? And thank you, Denise, for those heart knees. Grand Rising, dear. You're so welcome. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Bianca. Bianca, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. I've got 5 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment. We do have some information that came through in relationality to this read. For those who are interested in getting on the list today, we read for here: life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I just need a moment to read over the inside tea. It's inside disco tea, so I will. So for anybody who is a member to our superfan only disco channel, you can head over there if you are interested in understanding this reading on a deeper level. If you want to become a part of that disco channel, your superfan status entitles you to that. All you need to do is message me directly after you become a superfan here with a disco gift, and I'll be happy to send you that that disco link. And once you do so, in the perks section, you'll also find a coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be May 21st. So I need a moment to read this over. While I do so, let me give you guys a hearth warmer. Our hearth warmer today is what is the last strong symbol that you remember experiencing or receiving in a dream? Oh, wow. It's a lot of work. Mm-hmm. I got you. All right. First of all, I want you to appreciate what a kind and caring counterpart you are, in the fact that you're even being attentive in terms of making sure that another person feels like they're moving towards a manifestation with the same alacrity that you yourself desire. That said, can I please get 4 cards for Minnie in relationality to navigating the circumstance or situation, please? Oh, wow, that came. Okay, I got the bottom of the deck was the top of the deck. I like that. Okay, and 1 more, please. So, I need to point out, and I feel like it's really interesting too, because I want to kind of refer to you to the conversation, the conversations that we've been having or experiencing for energy that is deep within divine union right now. And a lot of those observations of what we're effectively observing have to do with the ability of hammering on relationship or the modality of understanding. A healthy relationship is one that is fortified by argumentation or the ability of trying to unify a manifestation goal. Now, the reason this is very energetically important has to do with the observation that you yourself experienced in relationality to another person being authentic and admitting their feelings to you. And at that moment, I'm actually going to utilize this time to do our animal oracle card reading on it because we haven't done it yet, but I'm feeling called to at this moment. So I've got the animal oracle card here, and we're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, we will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the raven. And so this is effectively something that you see, a quality and characteristic that allows you to be able to make an energetic choice that allows you to expand a manifestation goal further, right? Because the modality by which you see, what you're basically observing, right? What you're basically observing is the difference between moving towards a manifestation goal versus recognizing someone making an energetic concession. Now, when we care about each other, we always make concessions to one another, which is the understanding of a healthy relationship is often seeking the happy medium. And sometimes we're like, this is just the quality of being in an enmeshed partnership. That doesn't mean that at every moment we're able to effectively move into the direction that feels qualitatively in the space of being able to observe or recognize that identification point. It's the uncomfortability that we navigate that allows us to be able to build a relationship even further. So you are effectively experiencing this now in the context by which you're recognizing a space by which another person said, it's not something that you aspire for, is not their ideal, but they will do their best to manage it because they know that you care about it. And what's beautiful about that is you now have all of the tools that you need to craft a perfect an even better manifestation goal, right? You've got all of the tools that you need, which is the understanding of all of the care around you, which is the space by which you have an aspiration in terms of what you see your ideal experience being. You have the observation about how another person feels and what their aspiration would be. And what's beautiful about this is there's room, right? What you've discovered is you are now seeking the room for improvement. And what is the room for improvement? The room for improvement is being able to come up with a solution that allows their ideal to coexist with your ideal. And I have to stress, from looking at these manifestation goals, they're not too far apart, right? They're this close. They're this close. They're almost touching, right? They're almost touching. They're very close to being unified in relationality to that manifestation goal. So that is your task, right? That is what your task is, which is not the space, right? Not the space of looking, not the space of looking at something and saying that one must not make a decision, but asking yourself, is there a new solution to a situation that would allow all of the energy to feel like they're operating at their bliss? And that would effectively be the observation of what did you effectively know? What did you effectively identify? Someone who was articulating the fact that while they're perfectly fine with having someone in proximity to you, they're seeking out the space by which you and them have some energetic privacy, right? So the modality by which you see the space by which you're building into, by which you are able to be respective of the privacy that another individual is potentially asking in relationality to what would make them feel happy in relationship, while also navigating the energetic proximity, right, that you yourself aspire to have with those that you care about. And when you have, like, what you have to look at is that's not a decision, right? That's not an either or situation. That's you having all of the tools at your disposal to figure out a circumstance and situation that would be ideal for everyone, by which everybody would feel like they are at their optimum bliss state. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, it's interesting because you've got double Two of Cups here. Now, the important thing to recognize, and this is the conversation that you may need to have with someone, helping another person understand that the difference between it's okay versus I would love it is the difference between another person articulating, and you kind of recognize this, the space by which another person that says, I'll deal with it, okay, versus hooray, is often articulating the state by which we understand, right? We understand the quality and condition by which we effectively try to work through things. And that's why, you know, like there might even be, like there's also the conversation to effectively navigate in terms of understanding, right? That when we care about one another, right? When we care about one another, we will always try to find an okay for one another. But what we're trying to achieve is energetic excellence. So the modality or the experience by which one is able to arrive to a point by which it doesn't feel, right? And again, often understanding, and this is where you are basically recognizing the sound of everybody coming into agreement is often the sound of everybody making a bit of a concession, okay? I want you to write that down, okay? The way by which you often find mutual agreement is often the space by which everyone comes into the experience of making a mutual concession, which is the modality by which everybody feels a little bit energetically dissatisfied, which is often the state of being able to find balance, because it means that everybody is working through something in a way by which you're optimizing the bliss state. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I feel like something is very important there about the understanding that you're, like, what you're effectively doing right now is what we identify as attunement or alignment. So working through that comfortability to find that perfect harmony. And I want to say, even from your reading, it doesn't feel like you're too far from there. It's like, I feel like, is this problem one that would be solved by finding the right place, right? Is this just a right place away? Is this actually an issue, or is this just finding the right place that can accommodate everybody's manifestation goals? I want you to continue to think about that, and want you to write down. I want you to be writing down right now what would be energetically ideal. Let that direction drive you instead of looking, like, write down the dream so that you can see it with more clarity. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Minnie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Kay, your card's already flying out. Okay. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channels in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments. We're also at 10.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. And Sandali, thank you for the follow, dear. Just reading over. The empowerment symbol. I was writing it everywhere before I figured out what it was. Oh, that's fascinating, Nicole. I would love to see it. You should post a picture of it in the, if you feel inclined, post a picture of it in the disco. Hi there, Thandika. So these are donation-based readings. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I've got 4 spots available today. It's 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. You just need to go over to my tree with binks in it if you'd like to get on the list. I also offer free 1-card readings for anyone who's a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos. If you would like to become a paid member, I'll be happy to draw a card for you. I would like to be able to offer those same things over on the place where we keep the photos. I need your help with that, friends. If you could take a moment today, make sure that you're following me over on the INSTA. I will thank you for that follow if you comment followed in the chat by giving you a affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, go ahead and share this live with 3 individuals and comment shared, and I will also thank you with that same, with an affirmation as well. Oh, that was, no, absolutely. Oh, Raven is one of your spirit guides, so thank you for confirmation as to why I felt compelled to wait. Be patient right now. That the manifestation goal is on its way as long as you know what you're looking for. Thank you as well, Minnie. And again, thank you. That's ideal. Everyone having their optimal bliss state. Yes, I see. Well, it feels good to know that I'm really close to that attunement. And so that's the thing. And I keep on seeing, like, not having to disregard another person's preference, but keeping that in mind as you look for opportunity. Excellent. You're so welcome, user 395. Nix, I got you. So let me confirm. I'm going to read the list I have right now. So if you've gotten on the list and I haven't named you, just go ahead and let me know the place where you sent the donation. The list I have right now, we've got priority readings that are being read for before the Daily Collective for Kay, Megan, and Nicole. After the Daily Collective, I have right now 2 Birds and Holly. So 2 Birds and Holly, and if I've not named you and you've sent a donation, just let me know the initial by which you sent it. Don't put the full name of the app. The apps hate to hear the other names of the apps. They're very jealous. Grand Rising, Laurel. Good to see you today, dear. How you doing? Excellent. Okay, perfect. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for is going to be Kay Megan. Kay Megan, I believe your information is on the disco. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Is it in the private message? Just let me know. I got it here. Hold on. I got it here. Okay, I got a lot. Okay, inside tea. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, great. Oh, yep. Okay, and before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Wren. We'll do that again after the next reading. So I need to take a minute to read over what was sent. If you have information that you feel is necessary and relevant for our reads, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation or post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I've also posted, if you would like to join our superfan-only disco, you can send me a disco gift during or after this live. And as long as you're a superfan, I'll be happy to send you an invite to the disco. I'm going to give you guys a hearth warmer while I read over. What creature do you feel most connected to right now? in terms of your own particular energy. Oh my goodness. Okay. Whew. All right. 4 cards, please. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, this is, I feel like what you're potentially observing is working through situations or circumstances by which you're identifying that something is not okay. And the reason we see that something is not okay is that something has crossed the line from professional into personal, right? The state or the space by which another person is making, like, I keep on getting, it's a patronizing situation. And the reason you can identify the fact that you're in a patronizing situation, and we've been talking a lot about this in the readings, patronizing is when another person is doing something on our behalf, but never articulating whether we ourselves are inclined to be comfortable with that direction. It's the modality or the experience by which another person does something purely because they desire to, and then try to articulate the fact that they did something solely for their own purposes that they were then doing in order to protect us from it, right? You're getting patronized on all sides. You're surrounded by patronizing energy, which is the modality by which a lot of energy is doing ridiculous things, right? Pay attention. When you know that you will know when you are in the deepest, like the deepest space of patronization is when a bunch of energy feels that they are doing things to protect you without having a conversation with you based upon mutual energetic consent upon things, which is the observation or the understanding of the quality and condition that we recognize and identify in terms of being comfortable with another person doing something. So what do you basically see right now? You've got 2 energies having a patronizing war for you, right? You got 2 energies crusading for you, and here you are having not asked for any of it. You've got one energy that's articulating the fact that they're denying you, right? They're energetically denying you something that you know is for the best for you, something that you know would be the best for you professionally, the direction that you aspire to go, specifically because they're claiming that they're trying to energetically protect you from someone, which is ridiculous because you are mature enough to handle an energetic situation. And meanwhile, what do you have on the other side? You've got another person who is making the situation worse instead of better because they're feeding into their fears by trying to orchestrate something to get you over there. So do you see see the self-perpetuation between two individuals around you that are basically fighting with each other on your behalf, and there you are in the center of it, having not been asked a single thing about your feelings, your inclinations, or what you desire. And here's the important thing. This is the hard part about toxic patronization. Toxic patronization will often try to articulate and claim that they're doing something in the interest of the self, having never considered how it feels to have another person treating the self as object. And that is effectively what's happening here. You've got two energies that are basically treating you like a ping pong ball in relationality to where you are, because what they're really doing is they're fighting for your energetic attention, but they're not admitting that. So instead, they're articulating that they're doing ridiculous things to one another for the sake of you, but you are a red herring between the feelings that they actually have between each other, right? And that's not a space by which you can thrive, because that type of patronization doesn't take into consideration what is actually best for you. And the question you need to ask is, any of the energy doing what's best for you, or are they vying for your attention? Because vying for your attention isn't what's best for you. What's best for you is what moves you in alignment to what you desire to do professionally. So basically, you are now surrounded by non-professional energy. Bottom of the deck. It's not okay in any direction, right? It's not, nobody is, if this is what's happening around you, none of it's in the right. You are validated to feel frustrated, not towards one energy, but to every energy involved, because any energy that does not sit you down and say, what do you prefer, is an energy that does not respect you, because the respective quality and condition would be one by which they wouldn't tell you after the fact that they're doing things on your behalf, but rather the state or space by which they are effectively articulating what it is that you would energetically prefer. So make sure that you are not getting involved in that war. And make sure that you're make sure that you be clear to all of that. Like the thing you have to articulate is any energy doing something for you. If they're truly doing something for you, they should ask you if you would like it done. If they're doing something that's truly for you, they will ask you if you would like it done, because that is the observation of being able to recognize or identify what it means to be energetically respective. And that space of respect is the modality by which we identify and work. And here's the thing about it. And this is the important thing you have to understand. When we are working on each other's behalf, it doesn't require us to have to go to each other at every moment to check when opportunities occur, but it's the modality by which we keep, right? We keep each other's perspective in alignment, right? It doesn't require us, right? It doesn't require us to be in a space by which we have to constantly check everything. But when we are respective, then we remember what each other said, right? We remember what each other said, and then we move in accordance with those conversations. So this is where we're seeing, again, even in the context of understanding somebody articulating or doing something, is it energetically respective to something that you said, or is it counter oppositional to it? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I have 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway as well. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Nobody has ever said a word to you once. Exactly. Thank you for confirmation. Yes, so over all of it. That's true. Exactly. And Tallman, thank you for the follow. Yeah, well, it's the observation that both of the the energy, if it's doing something on your behalf, they would be running it by you first. I don't know if this is a barrier or they'll be able to get past it. It feels like they're completely any potential they might have had. But that's the thing about it. They're allowing the conflict between them, right? Like it's become a crusade between them instead of understanding how that was leaving you to feel, right? Patronizing energies are always going on crusades without being mindful of the energy by which they started the crusade upon. Like that is literally the identification of seeing patronizing energy. Patronizing energies perpetually going on crusades against oppositional to what another person articulates that they desire. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Nicole. And for anybody waiting for the Daily Collective, we have one more reading before we start the Daily Collective. Anyone who gets on the list the day before I go live always has priority before we begin each collective read. Nicole, if you're here, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I see the fact that we've got some outside tea coming in over on the Disco channel. And thank you guys for supporting each other. Thank you to everybody for supporting each other in the chat. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through. Just bear with me. And before we continue right now, for those who are interested in getting on the list, we read for here Life Path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary and relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channels in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through. Before we do so, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. We'll do that again after the next reading. And thank you for getting on the list, Stella. We've got 3 more spots available today before the list will be closed. Outside tea. I need some help breaking out of stagnation. I've been resting more, trying to do things more for myself. But I'm a worker. I need to work and move forward. I don't feel as though being in a stagnation period and rest period is necessary. Any energy you have around this and what my future holds. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Nicole? Oh, you got 2 more coming out. Excellent. All right. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting, too. I'd be curious about your earth sign placements because I often see this issue with those who carry a lot of earth energy. And the reason I actually love the fact that we got the cow in relationality to this reading, because you have to understand the thing with the cow is a cow is in a pervasively active state. Even in the space by which you understand the way that a cow digests, is a cow is always chewing. Right? And it's the modality by which it works through the fact that there are many different ways to meditate. Everybody meditates in a different way. And some energy, this is why some energy, like asking energy to sit still, like some energy sits still, like what? Like it's not to say that there isn't a possibility by which you do that, but understanding, I feel like what's important right now is when you are trying to find your groove, then it doesn't mean that you need to stop doing something, but doing something in a way that allows you to be actively, and I feel like it's interesting because I feel like in a way you're somewhere between cow and bee right now. And the reason I'm seeing you between cow and bee to a certain extent is that like a bee is always buzzing, right? Like a bee is always in the space of buzzing, and so is, and a cow is always in the space of chewing. And there they are, often looking like they're still, right? But the space by which they're doing everything. And I feel like it's interesting because I'm seeing a lot of that bee energy here too, because one of the things that we see with the bee is a bee, like you ever seen a bee stand still midair? It's actually remarkable because you can see a bee that effectively looks like it's floating, and they look like they're in perfect stillness. And they arrive to that point through the activation of the wings that are moving perpetually. So I want you to think a little bit about that, which is not the fact that you're stagnating, but the way that you can move towards perpetual motion that feels like it creates a better flow state for you. Because a lot of the energy that I effectively see, and the way you can usually tell this, is you're very good at doing things for others, aren't you? You are exceptionally task driven. I see somebody else giving you a task and it's like that. Like immediately arrive to. So I feel like there's a few different things that you can potentially do to navigate this, because it changes when it's you, doesn't it? Changes profoundly when it's you. So some of the things that I see that you're going to need to do right now to potentially help with this is, I feel like the one thing I want you to identify is I really want you to starting each month with a list of benchmarks or what you hope to accomplish. This is actually a great time to do this work right now. It's a beautiful time to do this work. I'm going to be talking a little bit about this when we get into the Mystic Meditation article. This is a great opportunity. This energy that we're experiencing right now between, right, this energy that we're experiencing right now between the new moon in Libra, I mean, not the new moon in Libra, but the new moon in Aries that we experience towards that full moon in Scorpio, is observing what it is that we're working to change. And I want you to understand it's not about stopping things, it's about changing them, right? It's about changing things in the best way possible. It's about adjusting. So I want you to think about what those adjustments can be that would allow you to overcome that energetic stagnation state, specifically as it relates to what it is that you're trying to accomplish. Because the thing about it is, I see you putting off something. I see a little bit of energy of procrastination here. And so I want you to understand that, and I know you're going to hate this, the list I want you to build for yourself is what it is you've been procrastinating on. I want you to start with the procrastination list. And a procrastination list is the stuff that you know that you need to do, but you always find a reason not to. And I feel like that observation or that work that you're potentially facilitating, recognizing and identifying the shape and nature of that, is what is effectively going to allow you to be able to do something more effectively. But I feel like it's also the space by which you have to give yourself the time that you need in order to effectively get there. So I want you to start recognizing or identifying what that hard part first is, because I feel like what we're going to try to heal is seeing how good you feel as you're accomplishing it. Because I keep on getting that the stagnation that you're in right now is feeling that, like, I feel like there are things that you want to do, but you feel overindulgent in doing, specifically because you've got this. I keep wondering, is it stagnation or is it procrastination? Because there's something about you facing that procrastination every day and chipping away at it that's going to show you that it's achievable. And I'm also getting the fact that you need to break it down into smaller pieces. If something feels like it's overwhelming right now, I want you to understand a little bit every day is how it's going to get done. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I also like, so there's a few things, and it's interesting too. You have another card that I haven't pulled yet. Yeah, it's the Two of Cups. You might need to find somebody to partner with to keep you on task. And when I say keep you on task, says to me, having that to-do list for the week, potentially seeing somebody who also needs this. You could probably go to the disco if you want to see somebody to help you with this. But the modality by which you say to somebody, right, like this is what my goals are for the week. This is what my goals are for the month. And then having those checkpoints by which you're able to track each other's progress, especially if you've noticed that you are much more inclined to do something for another person, let them hold the list for you. Let them hold that list for you to ensure that you're accomplishing the things that you are setting about to do. It's not about, I keep wondering, it's not about saying to yourself, and this is what we're going to learn with this energy, it's not about saying to yourself, I need to get more rigid. It's about recognizing and identifying what your strengths are, and then identifying what it is that you need help with. Because when we discover our vulnerability, it becomes our strength. The vulnerability that we're able to identify becomes our strength because it's in the observation of saying that we need help with it that we're able to find the help we need in order to overcome or navigate it. So I want you to make sure that you're being very clear, not in the space by which you're getting hard on yourself or getting mad at yourself by which you haven't done something, but telling yourself and reminding yourself that this is you. This is you taking accountability for yourself like you never have before by being able to build a supportive system around you to help you accomplish things in ways that are profound. Because I feel like the thing about it is I feel like a lot of responsibility, a lot of new responsibilities have now moved to you. And I keep on seeing, even in the space by which you're taking on those responsibilities, you yourself are building acumen. And I want you to write that down. You are not, like, I want you to write down building acumen. Those are the two words that effectively combine the bee and the cow, right? Because that is the modality by which you're learning to do something, and it's hard, but every time you do it, you get a little bit better at it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nicole. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I have 3 spots available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Things in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We've also come to the conclusion of the priority reads right now, so anybody else who's on the list right now, you will be read for once we finish the daily collective. If you would like to get on the list right now, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for: pregnancy, medical, and legal. And we read for here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, aura, and love. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You're so welcome, Kay. Oh, I love it. Yes, ma'am. Thank you as well. Yes, I have to try really hard to do stuff for me. That's the accountability. So getting someone to help you stay accountable on it. Queen of procrastination. My new partner just said that to me 5 minutes ago. A little bit every day, we'll get it done. Tap to claim. Absolutely. Thank you for also receiving this message, Dada. Good to see you today. Happy to read the list again, Stella. The list we have once we conclude the daily collective is 2 birds, Holly, and Stella. We're about to start the free reading, Art by Noom. Thank you for the help, Pisces. And thank you, Adina, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Guys, make sure to give Adina some love. Had an absolutely beautiful podcast with them a while back. You can find it over on my site or over on Adina's. That said, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. But before we get started on today's daily collective read, let's warm up those intuition muscles one more time with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the adder. We'll do it again after the next reading. And just remember, friends, we've got 2 giveaways occurring right now. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So please make sure to be tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So again, if you are participating in that as well, I wish you luck. Please remember also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all I need to know is the date that you were added to the list, and I'll be happy to add you as well. And as I mentioned, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to be here for this reading is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Grand Rising, be well. How are you doing today? And thank you, Susie, for sharing the live. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. And guys, please again, thank Kay Megan for all of their help modding today. Umar, thank you for the follow as well. Grand Rising, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. We are going to be starting our day today with a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update. We are going to be beginning right now with the headspace of masculine. We are going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. Can I please get 3 We're just coming in hot today, aren't we? We're just coming in hot. I go to start reading for masculine, and the Lovers card in its transverse throws itself out of the deck. I don't mind it in its transverse. We're gonna get to it in a minute. Can I please get 2 more cards, please? 2 more cards for masculine headspace. What do we got here? Lovers card in its transverse. We also have here the 3 of Swords in its reversal, in combination with the 6 of Wands in its reversal. So one of the big things we've got coming up right now, we're just going to talk a little bit about it, is today we are starting Taurus season. And the one thing we want to observe in relationality to navigating Taurus season is working into the context of understanding what it feels like when we're trying to build into a healthy sense of balance. And this is very important, because the one thing about it right now is I would not be surprised if you're navigating some of this energy from a point of uncomfortability, specifically and particularly because what we effectively recognize or identify right now is this is interesting energy, to say the least, specifically because we recognize that Aries energy works in the context of burst, right? It's very much, it's a lot of that vroom energy. It's like moving through circumstances or situations with a sense of that drive. Now, here's what's interesting about it. Taurus energy is more like torque, right? Torque is more about being energetically stable. It's like finding, it's the ability that one finds when one builds into steady momentum. that allows one to be able to move something that's energetically heavy. So the one thing that we effectively recognize right now is working through. I would not be surprised if you're feeling like this energy is similar to fits and starts, right? Because that is the combination of working through a lot of that Aries energy that's like this. And then you've got that Taurus energy that's like this. It's like, so I want you to be conscientious about that, because sometimes it can feel like one has to effectively switch up speeds very quickly or work into the context of adaptability. But what's beautiful about that has to do with the observation of understanding that adaptability, and this is also in the fact that we're seeing as well, because on top of all of this right now, we've also got Uranus that in a couple of days is moving into Gemini, right? The adaptability by which we're able to attenuate things allows us to be able to do things that we never have done before, right? There's something really lovely about taking unconventional approaches to things right now. And the reason we identify that is because, like, that is the combination of working through the Taurus energy with the Aries energy, right? The observation, and this is often what we see when we work through things. When we work through things, we're able to find new unconventional approaches, right? And that comes from building acumen. That comes from being able to understand the full landscape and shape of things. So I feel like this is very energetically important right now. And for a lot of the masculine energy that's working on healing, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, it's effectively being able to facilitate the difference between what feels like it is healthy, right? And the healthiness that we effectively bring to things has a lot to do with the state or space by which we energetically observe or work towards things, in the space by which, and I think that this is really interesting, because with the three of swords in its reversal, in combination with the 7 of wands in its reversal, right? It's almost working into the space of understanding that that experience is often about healing, right? This is the energy that identifies the fact that, like, when we care about things, it's not about the space of pleasing, and this is a continuation of Aries energy. It's not about the space of pleasing others, but it's the space by which one is able to recognize or identify what is energetically necessary in order to effectively facilitate what is needed, right? And so I think that that's really important, because I feel like for a lot of the energy, especially with this Lover's card in its transverse, that observation of understanding how difficult it is, right? The crucial work it takes to find balance is not the space by which one works through how another person, like, it's not the space by which one works through how another person sees it, but the space by which one learns a lot about another, right? When you're working on creating balance, the way another person reacts to it tells you everything you need to know about their manifestation goal, right? The observation of being able to recognize and identify what that force feels like, or the ability to effectively determine it, that allows for a new solution or a new understanding to be had, specifically and particularly as it relates to healthy conversation and the ability to effectively build into collaboration. And there's something really, I think there's something really, I feel like there's something really lovely about these cards here, because they do feel like, I keep on getting, like, there's something very collaborative that's happening for masculine energy. And you need to understand this, right? Like, this is why I feel like, to a certain extent, a lot of the healthy masculine energy is helping, like, is working to effectively identify and recognize what it means to build into something collaboratively, specifically because when we're building collaboratively, we understand, like, I want to understand, like, the difference between something that is ego driven is often something that is very fragile, because something that is ego driven is often the space by which another person feels like one has to prove something. But when one is working into collaboration, collaboration is effectively the gift that we find when we find the security and stability of the self, because it allows us to be able to see things in ways that we've never seen them before. This brings us to the feminine energy. And for feminine energy right now, well, what are we going to use? We're going to be utilizing, what do I feel like right now? We're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego right now for feminine. What do we have going on in the feminine space right now? Tarot del Fuego, please. 3 cards. 2, 3. We've got the Strength card in its reversal. We've got the 5 of Wands in its upright. And we also have the Death card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this energy that we're seeing here. And I want to describe, I feel like something that's really important right now for feminine energy is working into the context of, and I want to explain something here, and especially in relationality to this, like, 5 of Wands that we're seeing, right? Because the thing about it is, I feel like a lot of the feminine energy is working on healing. Like, this is a continuation on working to heal from people pleasing, right? Because, and we've been talking a lot about this. This is why this keeps on coming up for feminine energy. Because there are things, I keep wondering, the difference between something that is pleasant and the difference between energy that is pleasant versus people pleasing is understanding and recognizing what is energetically best, right? And the space by which, and I keep on seeing this, the space by which feminine has often felt, right, that they have not been able to be in their best because they're perpetually having to come into a space of energetic concession, right? I feel like this is a lot of the energy of feminine that is getting better at communicating upon their feelings, because, you know, I have to understand, like, and this is what feminine is working to heal, right? I don't want to upset anyone is not a manifestation goal. I mean, it is a manifestation goal. It can be. Anything can be a manifestation goal. But the manifestation goal of I don't want to upset anyone is literally a fear-based mentality, right? Like, I don't want to upset anyone is literally a fear-based mentality. And when we recognize this is understanding the identification point of recognizing and identifying how fear-based mentalities come to be. Because when others, you have to understand, when the fear-based mentality becomes the space by which you're perpetually worried about upsetting everyone, and it's not into the space of building empathy, then when you add to that, right, all you need to do is combine the space by which others are hypersensitive with the space by which you identify that you don't want to upset anyone. Then the hypersensitivity allows nothing to get done. So the modality by which one is able to effectively articulate upon one's intentions, and this is why I see that for a lot of the feminine energy, the ability, this is why we articulate that healing from passive aggressiveness isn't just a personal thing, it's a profound thing. Because when we are in the space by which one makes one's feelings heard, then it doesn't require others to try to unpack what we mean by things, so much as they are able to take that confirmation and effectively move forward with it. So this is a lot of the energy of feminine that recognizes the importance, right? The ability to heal from passive aggressiveness is coming into one's own integrity, which is the modality by which we energetically arrive to things in the state or space by which we are able to amplify and articulate what we mean, but not just what we mean, what things mean to us. So I see that that's a lot of the feminine energy that is remembering and recognizing the power of their words and utilizing those words effectively, not into the space by which another person feels quagmired by them, because this is the toxicity of passive aggressiveness that enters femininity, because the modality by which, right, the modality by which feminine is passive aggressive creates a space by which others feel puzzled by the words that feminine states, that often makes the energy not listen to feminine when they state something clearly, right? So that's a lot of the energy of the feminine that is being more conscientious about the power of their words and articulating upon the space of being able to state those things with a sense of clarity and fortitude. So it's interesting because while we see that the strength card is in its reversal, what's beautiful about that is that's the work of the feminine doing that, not just for the sake of the self, but for the sake of all of the energy surrounding the self, right? That's how it effectively arrives into that, because that's the energy of the feminine thinking collectively. Now this brings us to non-binary energy. Non-binary energy right now, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. 3 cards, please. We've got here the Ace of Swords in its upright. We also have the 8 of Cups in its upright, as well as the Magician in its upright. So those, you know, it's interesting. Those are some pretty strong cards that we're seeing right now. That we're seeing right now for non-binary. But let's talk a little bit about what we're effectively identifying there, specifically and particularly, because the thing that we recognize or identify, especially when it comes to the Ace of Swords in its upright, right, and the Magician card in its upright, has to do, and the 8 of Cups, it has to do with being able to feel, right? It's being able to feel other sensitivity profoundly. This is the energy, this is the energy that is able to effectively attenuate and recognize how others feel about things in a way that allows for a sense of, and I keep on getting, this is a lot of the work that the energy is doing, empathy. Empathy does not mean that one must surrender boundaries. That's all I got to say about it. That's all I got to say about it. And I feel like this is a lot of the energy that understands that. Empathy does not mean that one surrenders boundaries. And the reason we say empathy does not mean that one surrenders boundaries is the circumstance or the situation by which we understand and identify, right? We understand and identify what it means to be in a modality or an experience by which we're working through energetic discernment. And the experience by which we are able to effectively identify and recognize that is the space, and this is what often happens. It's an empath problem, right? This is like the work that we often see that happens, because if you are extremely empathic and you're in a space by which you understand and recognize everything, you better get in the business of loving those standards. You better get in the business of loving those boundaries. And it doesn't mean, right? It doesn't mean that there aren't occasions by which those standards can change, but it's the ability by which one is able to identify and recognize what it is or the context by which one is cultivating, right? And I keep on getting this. Standards are an act of cultivation. And when one is cultivating standards, then one is constantly in conversation about them, because as you cultivate standards, what happens? The standards get even better. You know, like I feel like this is energy that is super eager. Like this is the energy that's like super eager, right? You ever see that with someone who's got, man, when someone's got some nice standards, man, like they'll be like, take a seat, let's talk about it. Like let's talk about it. It's that conversation that you have that builds into, right? It builds into the absolute delight in being able to articulate why we have them, or what those intentions are. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy. And I like to point this out, right? Like when you are in a space by which you're eager to talk about your standards, and another person moves away from that conversation, then that's often the clarification of being able to identify where standards are lacking, right? Like that's the thing about it. Standards are so beautiful, and this is a reason why standards are so beautiful, is because once you start holding them, you will see things that you've never seen before, right? And it all requires, but it's not, and some of the things you see are not easy to observe, but they're healthy and they're important. Continuing to get clear, and I feel like that's a lot of the energy that often articulates, because it's that, I feel like it's the energy that's effectively learning to get better at speaking upon them. Specifically and particularly because this is the energy that does not, you can speak eagerly about standards, but you never stay in a space by which it feels like you have to argue for them, right? Because the space by which another makes you argue is the space by which another person is being irrespective, and the fact that they're not inclined to hold them. Continuing to get clarification, moving back towards masculine. We've got 3 cards for masculine right now. Heart space of masculine. We're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego today. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the Queen of Pentacles in its upright, the 7 of Swords in its upright, and we also have the Star card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing in relationality to the heart space of masculine right now. Again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And I feel like there's something really important that we potentially see as it relates to masculine having empathy, right? And working into, not just having empathy, but working into the context of identifying and recognizing like the disparity that often occurs, by which masculine is often celebrated and feminine is often looked upon with a sense of disinclination, as it were. And this has to do with the ability of standing, like it's in the ability of being able to have a standard, right? Because this is often the masculine energy that recognizes and identifies that when masculine energy holds energetic standards, others see that energy in a space by which they aspire, right? By which they aspire to do so too. But often the modality or experience by which masculine sees, right, the disparity between feminine trying to work towards that same ability, right, the equality of holding standards. When you're looking for something healthy, just look to see whether the equality of holding standards rings true across all spheres, right? Because, and this is why we see that this is the masculine that becomes advocates, right? The healthy masculine energy advocates for other standards with the same capacity that they themselves represent their own, because it's the understanding that holding a healthy standard, right? The way you can usually tell if a standard is healthy is a healthy standard doesn't require anybody to be hurt if you're holding it, right? If you're ever unsure if an energetic standard is positive or not, if your standard does not require another person to be hurt, then it's okay to hold it. Now, the understanding, and this is getting us to the recognition point of what it means to be energetically hurt. because the space by which we understand, this is why we have to be in the space of being able to navigate our feelings. Because when we navigate our feelings, then we don't feel hurt by the fact that we have them. Okay? Do you understand that the importance? The only way you can hold standards is if you get in the business of feeling your feelings. Because if you're feeling your feelings, then you're able to understand the difference between the feelings that those who are not in the space of feeling things often feel things, and then they feel the fact that they feel things. They try to identify that they're hurting, but they're not necessarily hurting. They're just feeling things, right? Because when we're not in the condition of feeling feelings, then it makes it feel like every feeling hurts, which is why we have to get strong, right? When we're truly strong, then we're able to navigate the capacity of feeling all of our feelings, which is what is the identification point of Stoicism. Having all of the feelings and being informed by them, but not being controlled by the feelings, right? Stoicism is the feelings that inform, that do not control. For feminine, heart space of feminine, and we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for feminine right now for the heart space, 3 cards. Yeah, because this is feminine. Yeah, the Lover's card in its upright, the Hangman in its reversal, and the Justice card in its reversal. This is feminine that is perpetually injured by the misappropriation of Stoicism. And why do we see that this is the feminine that is perpetually being hurt by the misappropriation of Stoicism? Because there are those who have convinced themselves that Stoicism is becoming like stone. There's a whole different myth for that. There's a whole different myth for that. It's not the Stoicism. Stoicism has never been becoming like stone. There is a whole myth for that. Whole different myth. And when we recognize that Stoicism has never been like stone, then you see the modality by which there are those who come under the false illusion that they feel like they're becoming stoic because they're making themselves go numb. That's the wrong myth. That isn't what effectively happens. That's someone who effectively identifies that they can't navigate the weight of emotions. So their solution, by claiming that they're getting strong, by trying to figure out ways to shut them off. One never gets stronger in learning not to feel something, because that is the identification of working towards avoiding things. And so when we avoid the work of our feelings, they come out in places that we least expect, and they often hurt others in the process. So this is why feminine is working into the context of understanding, right? If this is any of the energy of the masculine that articulates upon the difference between a masculine, the healthy energy or of counterpart that identifies and says, I thought you wanted to feel my feelings, being like, I didn't, the space by which, this is often happens with the misappropriation of Stoicism, somebody who's gone numb, and then you articulate the fact that they're not communicating anything, and then they start projecting their emotions on everyone, and then you say, no, that's not it either. And someone says, well, I can't tell what you want. If you want them on or off, and being like, it's not about whether you're feeling your feelings or not. It's about being able to feel your feelings and be able to be informed by them, but not controlled by them. That is what Stoicism is. Stoicism is the quality and condition of being able to simultaneously feel all of your feelings, but not be controlled by them, to move in, to be informed by them. The informed decision that arrives through the strength of being able to feel your feelings, that allows one to be able to be the source of strength, both for the self and for all of the energy surrounding the self. So we see that that's a lot, because this is the feminine that often feels that they themselves are injured in the context of experiencing the force of misappropriated Stoicism, which is the Stoicism by which another person tries to articulate that they're doing something for the sake of another, which is the modality by which, again, another person being controlled by their emotions instead of being informed upon them. This brings us to non-binary energy. And we're going to be utilizing for the heart space of non-binary right now. Smith-Waite Centennial deck, please. 3 cards. We've got the 5 of Swords in its reversal, the 10 of Swords in its upright, and the Queen of Cups in its reversal. So this is very interesting because we've got a Queen of Pentacles in the masculine space and the Queen of Cups reversed in the heart space of non-binary. So what are we effectively identifying there in relationality to working through circumstances or experiences by way or by means of being able to communicate the heart space? I feel like what's hard for a lot of this energy is potentially working through experiences by which they feel they often have to, often having to feel experiences by which they have to effectively bear the brunt of another's ego. And what does it often mean when one feels like one is effectively bearing the brunt of another's ego? The modality or the experience by which one works towards, right? The space by which we effectively identify or recognize what it is that we're trying to do is the space by which we often feel, right? The observation of effectively doing what is energetically necessary. And a lot of that work that we work through in terms of not allowing, like this is the energy that's like, I feel like there's something about the non-binary energy kind of being within Stoicism right now. And being within Stoicism is, and again, this is what it actually means. It's like not allowing one's feelings to confound direction. So the modality by which often this energy feels like they're going through experiences where they're doing heavy lifting, because not only are they trying to navigate others' feelings, right? Not only are they trying to navigate others' feelings with a heightened sensitivity, right? But they're also navigating their own feelings in relationality to how hard it is to have to navigate others' feelings, even in the modality by which one is navigating that. So that's double heavy lifting. And then at the same time, right, trying to articulate and recognize, right, trying to navigate situations and circumstances by way of being perpetually feeling the frustration of not being in a space by which they themselves can communicate their own feelings. So this is a lot of the shape of the work that we see that this energy is working to heal. And a lot of that observation, or a lot of the space by which we see and facilitate upon that, is the energy that is effectively trying to be, I feel like it's the energy that's trying to be corrective and directive, particularly and especially in relationality to the experience having a very complicated, complex relationship to their trauma as it relates to self-doubt. Because I keep on seeing the same self-doubt that acted as shield that moved them out of a trauma environment, right? The same work that they had to effectively facilitate upon, by which it helped them recognize that there was something energetically wrong, and their pursuit of it allowed them to come into a deeper state of healing. It's often the feeling by which one is constantly working through those experiences of doubting the self. But even in the modality by which one is experiencing or doubting the self, one feels fortified. Because when you are doing something as carefully as you can, the sign that you're usually doing it effectively is the fact that you're doubting yourself every step of the way, right? But you don't let that doubt get in the way of knowing what the thing to do is. So that's a lot of the energy that's like working right now deep within the heart of Stoicism. And it's not easy, but it's the energy that feels fortified, because when it's like when one's moving, like when one is doing something intentionally, right? It's never about ease, never enters into it. Continuing to get clarification, moving into the unconscious, back towards masculine. 3 cards, please. And we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the unconscious of masculine. Thank you. We've got the Knight of Cups in its upright. We've got the Ace of Cups in its upright. And we've got the 8 of Swords in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about this energy here, because what we're effectively identifying, especially for a lot of this energy right now, is this is a lot of the masculine energy, understanding that a remarkable amount of the trauma that masculine perpetuates on other energy has the best intentions. Best intentions do not qualify whether something is harmful or not, right? Because you have to understand that when one is deep within the ego, then the ego will convince the self that one is operating with the best of intentions, right? But the modality and the experience of being able to effectively articulate or amplify is the space by which we effectively recognize, right? It's the observation by which we effectively move through things. And even in the context by which we do so, I keep on seeing that working into, right? Like working into the context. And this is often what happens, right? Because you'll often see that the problem is when one identifies the fact that one has the best intentions, if one is delusional, right? If one is in a space of delusion, if one is in a state of egoic delusion, then intentions are not, then intention is consensual, right? And if you're ever energetically worried, right? If you're ever energetically worried that your intentions are not best, explain them to another person. If you don't feel inclined to explain them, then there's a good sign that that's not something that has the best intention for whom, right? When something is blessed, we sing. When something is blessed, we sing, because when our intentions are blessed, we sing their praises. We sing upon the fact that we're moving towards something eagerly because it's something that we mutually share. So it's the observation, that's all it takes. And this is why I keep on seeing a lot of that energy that pays attention to energy that articulates upon something, right? The space by which another person says this is often the space by which you tell that the intention isn't pure. Because if it's something that needs to be quiet, then what like whose best intention is it for, right? It's the observation of being able to work towards things that are beautiful in the space by which we're able to amplify and articulate it. So we see that that's a lot of the energy that works, right? I feel like it's working upon the authenticity of the self. But the authenticity of the self starts, right, with the vulnerable expression upon what it is that we care for, or what it is that we dream. Because when we speak our dreams into being, we purify those dreams and we make sure that those intentions are truly best because they're blessed by being stated. Now, this brings us to the feminine energy. And for feminine energy right now, we're going to be utilizing the you know what, it's really interesting because I went to grab another deck, but I'm holding the Tarot Nouveau. And so I feel like we got to pull from the Tarot Nouveau right now because it went into my hand. And so we're gonna read from this deck. Different deck, okay. My hand's itching too, so that's interesting. Yeah, we got the Three of Wands in its reversal. We've got the Four of Cups in its upright, and we've got the Six of Pentacles in its reversal. And so I feel like there's something really important that I feel like we're seeing there as it relates. Like I feel like there's something about that, particularly, I want to stress this, particularly in relationality to, it's saying to me that this is literally about working through, coming out, or identifying or recognizing what it feels to step out of one's comfort zone, right? Because here's the thing about it. The only way, this is a lot of the feminine deep within that Uranus and Taurus energy, right? Which says the only way to deepen The only way to deepen a comfort zone is the ability to step out of one, right? The only way to deepen an uncomfortability zone is by stepping out of one. It's the energetic direction that we effectively bring to things. And even in the context by which we do so allows, like I keep on saying, it allows for new things, right? New things to occur, new experiences to happen, right? And it's not the space, like I keep on saying, it's not the space by which when one is doing something differently, it's not the space by which one races to different, but a little, I keep wondering, a little different every day allows beautiful, profound things to happen, because it's that ability, right? It's that ability of welcoming the unconventional that allows for the expansion of potential, right? And I feel like that's something that I see a lot of the feminine energy working through or experiencing, understanding and recognizing that when we welcome the unconventional, we embrace the potential. And that's not something by which that's not the space by which we shed everything to do so, but we do so incrementally, and it allows beautiful things to occur, because that is a modality by which we work to learn and grow. But that the only way we get there, the only way we get there is if one is willing to step out of one's comfort zone, right? Just a bit, incremental, a little bit, just a bit, a little bit every day goes a long way, right? And that's the sound of us getting braver. What is getting braver? What is getting braver than every day, right? A little bit into the breach, right? What if you imagine that is the sound of getting braver, which is a little unconventional every day, right? Just as a treat, just as a treat, just as a treat, just a little bit, because that is the modality by which one is able to find new potential. And this brings us to, and that's why we see but in order to do so, that's why we see that the feminine energy is working through the context of shedding people pleasing, right? Because that in the space, but the way you heal people pleasing is by embracing the unconventional, because it's a space by which one is able to find one's own authenticity. Now this brings us to the energy, the non-binary energy, 3 cards for non-binary right now. We've got, hold on a moment. We're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego. 3 cards, please. We've got the 5 of Cups. Wow, this is really intriguing. We've got double 5 energy right now for non-binary, and they're both in its reversal. So we've got 5 of Cups in its reversal. We've got the Knave of Cups in its, we've got the Page of Cups in its reversal, and we've got the 10 of Pentacles in its upright. So we've got, this is really important for non-binary energy right now, because we've got double 10s, right? We've got double 10s and we've got double 5s. And also I have to point out there's a lot of this work that we're potentially seeing right now has to do, I feel like there's something really important about not like the energy navigating the space of understanding what inclusivity means, right? It's not inclusive unless you feel a little uncomfortable, right? If you want to know what inclusivity means, it's not energetically inclusive unless one feels a little bit uncomfortable, right? Because inclusivity is something that we cultivate. And the thing about inclusivity is not about working towards everybody's comfortability. You'll often see, right, that inclusivity is hard work. And the reason inclusivity is hard work is because it has nothing to do, right? When you're trying to unify comfort, then you work towards the unified, that it is the space by which you optimize or you prioritize comfortability, not at the behest, not in the modality by which another person identifies. And you'll often see this, right? What is often the sound of inclusivity being surrendered? one person articulating that they feel uncomfortable. That's the problem with inclusivity, right? Inclusivity is not based upon comfort. It is about unifying and prioritizing the comfort as much as possible. And often, when one is trying to optimize comfortability, it requires everybody to take on a proportionality of discomfiture. That's how you find inclusivity. Inclusivity has nothing to do about making a particular energy cozy, but being able to effectively identify, being able to expand upon the inclusivity as much as possible. So I feel like that's something really important that's potentially occurring as it relates to energy navigating, right? The difference between uncomfortability and identifying and articulating upon the difference between the uncomfortability that we ourselves experience as we're building towards inclusivity, right? Like that's usually the sound that you're doing it right, not the space. And those that often identify, like, and that's often the thing about it, right? Inclusivity is often threatened by one person that is prioritizing their comfort over the unified comforture, right? That's often the sound by which we identify that. Continuing to get clarification. And I feel like that's the energy that often gets exhausted, having to effectively explain that. Bottom of the deck on this reading, masculine energy, 7 of Swords, and it's upright, right? And for a lot of the energy of the masculine right now, again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. I keep on hearing, it's the difference between it's the difference between a healthy argument and a fight. Because I keep on saying the one thing about masculine energy is understanding it's healthy to argue. This is the sign of us healing Aries energy, right? An argument is healthy, so long as an argument allows us to be able to do something even more effectively. The difference between an argument and a conflict is wanting to do something the same way and just having different ways of getting it done. A conflict is when two energies want something completely oppositional to one another. And so this is the energy that's getting much better at unifying upon making sure that the manifestation goals are the same, because a healthy argument will reveal whether manifestation goals are in alignment, right? And that's why we identify a healthy relationship is not the space by which you don't hear argument, but you're arguing in the best way possible, because you're arguing to allow for a relationship that's better than it ever has been before. For feminine, you can't have something like that if you're not comfortable with having your feelings heard or speaking upon that, right? And this is why this is feminine getting their voice back, because this is a feminine that says the ability to heal a relationship isn't the space by which another person has to sit there and try to figure out what feminine wants, because feminine's just in the context of telling them. And when feminine does that, feminine protects other feminine energy. Because when energy learns that what feminine says is what feminine wants, then energy stops getting delusional and building fantasies in their head and being like, I know they say that, but this is what they really mean. Stop looking. When you stop being passive aggressive, you save feminine, because you protect feminine from being hurt by someone who felt like they were trying to decode what feminine was saying very, very clearly. So this is a lot of the feminine that steps up in this way, because they understand that when feminine heals this, feminine becomes feminine's best protector. For on non-binary energy, Aquarian Tarot, 5 of Pentacles in its reversal. This is a lot of the energy this is a continuation of the inclusivity. Inclusivity is not about prioritizing personal comfort. And often the energy that tries to, like often you'll sit there and see a situation by which someone's trying to make something as inclusive as possible. And there's that one person going, I don't really feel very comfortable with all the inclusivity, and being like, exactly, like, exactly. Well, there it is. There it is. There it is. Right? The observation of understanding that inclusivity, this is why we say a little bit of unconventional every day. Because when we are able to effectively tackle that, then we increase the energetic sanctuary that we create around ourselves, right? That sanctuary space is one by which we understand that inclusivity is all about creating sanctuary. And that doesn't mean that we prioritize individualistic feeling, but the ability to navigate the uncomfortability that we experience. It helps us recognize if it's something that we need to heal inwards or something that we need to fix outwards. And the way you can usually tell is if your uncomfortability has a clear direction attached to it, if there's something that another can do that will make you feel comfortable and you're comfortable stating it in words, then that's usually a sign that it's energetically healthy, because it allows for the observation of being able to recognize and identify what is reasonable. And this is a continuation of what we articulated in the masculine space, which says our words, our dreams, blessed when we give them breath, because they help us identify whether they're energetically pure or not. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is on my site, so I'd encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Court of Wands. Our next class will be held on Thursday, May 21st at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, simply head over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll do my best to give you an update on everything we studied so far prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions they may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader, as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber, I would encourage you to follow me there on our stack to learn more about any opportunities or new events that are occurring in my newsletter, or follow my Mystic Meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on navigating this new moon energy that we experienced. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter. You'll be getting that free reading today. And Lucas, you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would care to get on the list for today, we've got 3 more spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal, happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We also got to 50K during that live. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that goal. I will be gifting a free reading back to the collective. And we'll be doing that again when we get to 100K, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll be able to give away 2 free readings today. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but as I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list today, we've only got 3 more spots available today before the list will be closed. We read for here, Life Path, highest priority messages from Spirit, Angelic, Dream Interpretation, Past Life, Mediumship, Love Readings, Pet Readings, Animal Spirit Guide Readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, Love, and Aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Oh, beautifully stated, Julia. It's painful to walk away, but a blessing that you saw the truth soon. Beautifully stated, Julia. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. You have a beautiful evening, Kay. Thank you for all of your help today. Excellent. Leo, Sun, Virgo, Moon, Taurus, Rising. Yep, that was very much in alignment with the read that we gave Nicole. Absolutely. And thank you again, guys, for sharing the live. Thank you, Dada, for those shares, and thank you for the follow, Umar, and Be Well. Grand Rising, Be Well. How are you doing today? Nope, you didn't miss it. We had some prioritized reads, so you came in just on time, Bridget. Excellent. Mars and Aries. How are you doing right now, Pisces, with that energy? You're probably in, like, I'm not too worried with someone with Mars and Aries right now. And Risikat, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Gregory? Welcome. And Honey, thank you for the follow. I know, I need to leave more space, I guess. You know? Thank you as well, Mamo. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you as well, Avatar. Thank you, Adam, for those gifts. I appreciate you. And thank you for the swan. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for the fire, Avatar. Welcome, Per. Good to see you today. And thank you as well, Unique. Christina, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Avatar. I do my best to explain, Avatar. I'm glad that it's coming through easily. 555, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I just felt inclined to do that different deck, but it makes a lot of sense after I started pulling the cards. Thank you as well. What if you're an iconoclast? I mean, that's the thing about it, right? It allows for all of that energy to be there. Oh, dear Bridget. Hi there, Phoenix. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're doing well. Wishing you safety on the road. You aren't included. You're inclusive. Absolutely. So much good stuff today. Thank you, Avatar. Excellent. Hi there, Lucas. Good to see you today. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Readers supporting readers. Oh, enjoy that class, Rihanna. Good to see you today. Thank you, Conchita. Good to see you as well. You didn't butcher it. Absolutely. Dean, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. Moji, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you, guys. Lucas says I need 974 more diamonds to get to the top 10%. So we're in the same league. I don't know what that means, but again, I don't know how to get 974 more diamonds, but if you guys can help me with that, that would be awesome. Thank you so much, Lucas. I appreciate you. Excellent. Where are we? Hold on a minute. I lost my spot. Oh, hold on a minute. Wait. Sin, you should record these services and updates so you can just press play at the end. Oh, that's fair. But I'd rather just state them. Absolutely. The mic sounded weird. Did anyone else have any issues with the mic during that live? Thank you, Bridget. I was sitting here wondering what was different. I realized this. I know I have to put it back up. The app lost it. Yay. Absolutely. And thank you for those gifts, Avatar. I appreciate you. You have Mercury in Aries and Scorpio and Mars. Bridget, I feel like this is going to be a good full moon for you. Yeah, Lucas is Lucas is always like, I always say I'm the early morning bird reader, you know? Lucy, thank you for getting on the list here. You'll be read for after Stella. I've got two more on the list today. spots on the list before the list will be closed, if anybody wants to secure them. We're all put into leagues. The more diamonds you get, the higher the league. Higher league. Got it. Guys, I need 974 more diamonds. I don't know how to make that happen. Okay. What's a diamond? Right. Right. What's a diamond? No issues with the mic. Thank you, Per. Higher league. Look, guys, if I get in a higher league, I get more cool stuff. I like cool stuff. Excellent. Okay, you just had no filter. Oh, you had a no filter convo. Yeah, makes sense. Absolutely. And thank you as well, Ava. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on exactly, that makes sense. Yes. Diamonds. Oh, diamonds are gifts. You see, we're all learning under the learning tree. All right, we're going to give, before we continue right now, we are going to do the 50K giveaway. Before we do so, well, when we do so right now, I am going to think of a number between 1, and again, if well, speaking of which, if you want to get on the list with the gift of a meteor shower, you can also do so, which I think would also get us some diamonds. So there you go. If anybody else wants to get on the list, we got 2 more spots available, and you can get on the list with a meteor shower. I think that might take care of it. Excellent. Thank you. All right, so we're going to do the 50K giveaway right now. I am going to be thinking of a number. Thank you guys so much for helping us get there. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 41. First person I see that posts number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope, Ella, congratulations, you got it. We'll do that again when we get to 100K, which will not be too long from now, my friends, if you keep on tapping that screen. In the meantime, we are going to get started on personal readings. The first person who is up next, now that we've completed the Daily Collective, is Two Birds. Two Birds, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question. It's so intense. If you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. You have 2 now. That's amazing. Double reading. I got you, Two Birds. Excellent. Before we continue with Two Birds' reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I don't think it counts that way, Bridget. I appreciate the gesture, though. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. And for anybody else who's joining us across the other apps, please remember, if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership benefits give you the same benefits that I mentioned for subscribers. I'd like to offer that over on the place where we keep the photos, but I need your help with that. So if you guys are following me over on the INSTA, give me a follow, comment followed in the chat, and I will read you an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. If you're already following me, comment shared there, and I'll be happy to do so as well. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the adder. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. I love winged animals. I want a shirt that says that. I actually love that. I love winged animals. All right, I'm going to post. Hold on a minute. Yes, I can never do the letters fast. I have to think about it first. It's fair. Yeah, you can do. I mean, if you want to do a double reading, it would effectively, if you choose to do so, it would basically. I mean, it would be twice as long as a normal reading. Yeah. And Nanu, thank you for sharing the live. All right, where are we? And I'm going to pin up here. Diamonds for everyone. Ella is guessing in the senior league with Yaz and Julia. Yeah, that analogy is such a sad analogy. Oh, it's okay. All right, where are we? All right, I've got two birds here. Guys, make sure to give two birds some love. And let's get to it. 4 cards, please. Mm-hmm. And one more. Where'd my deck go? Where'd my deck go? Oh, come on. Really? Are you serious right now? Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you. Sorry. You misplacing a lot of stuff, two birds? What's going on here? Oh, man. I can't with this. Are you serious? Oh, my gosh. Don't let somebody frustrate you for attention. Don't, like, I just got you know what I'm going to say here. Energy, like, energy that wants attention but doesn't want to state a manifestation goal will try to give you confusion. Right? Mysterious is not a manifestation goal. Right? Mysterious is not a manifestation goal. And I don't want to hear you like, it's giving me a lot of state your business. It's giving me a lot of state your business. And state your business is effectively the observation of the difference between someone then that wants a little bit of your time because they're captivated by you versus somebody that actually wants to do something with you. And you are too busy. You are too busy right now. Like, you got too much stuff going on. You don't have time for energy that's captivated. You know? And I gotta stress this. Like it's saying, like, I gotta stress this too. When somebody sees you firing on all cylinders, trying to get something done, the only sound you should hear is, how can I help you? Not somebody trying to come towards you, like singing some kind of song about feeling. Like, I will never make, like, energy that often articulates upon the feeling of being left out. That same energy, you can't say that you're feeling left out if you haven't asked to lend a hand. You know? You cannot say, and I feel like this is the conversation you have to say to someone. You cannot say that you feel left out if you have not said, if you have not offered to lend a hand, which is the modality or the experience of the difference between someone actually being put out or someone feeling put out. And you'll always see, I always see somebody like this, you know, like the energy that effectively sits there and waits for an invitation to things instead of saying, how can I help? What can I do? So I want you to be really conscientious about that, because I feel like there's something really important there. And the thing that's really important is, I feel like the thing about it is, I see you right now on a trajectory. And the thing about navigating a trajectory is, if somebody, like, if you're navigating a trajectory and you're trying to do something in a way that you've never done it before, then the space of another person getting in their feelings is literally the sound of another person that is potentially missing the opportunity of a lifetime in working with you on something, is what I keep on seeing. Because the difference between working with you on something is, and the hard part about it is, somebody identifies or works through the observation of being able to see what it is you do, or what it is you're trying to do, or how hard you're effectively trying to effectively build something. I feel like this is really important, because the thing about it is you cannot build anything with somebody who's perpetually in their feelings seeing you building things. You cannot build anything with someone who's perpetually in their feelings as you're building something for them, is what I keep on getting. Even more so, I need to stress this, even more so if you're doing something for their benefit, is what I keep on getting. So I want you to be very, very conscientious about that, because there's something I'm seeing there, or some observation of being able to identify and recognize some kind of energetic breakthrough. And I don't want you, I keep on hearing, I don't want you to be getting in a fight with anyone right now. I want you to be paying very, very close attention, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with this Fool card in its upright, nothing you do right now is easy. Nothing you do right now is easy. And I want to point out, I literally see you working tirelessly upon something. And if you're in the space of working tirelessly upon something, and another person has the audacity to say to you that something about luck having anything to do with it, then they're effectively showing you how little they know about something, right? Don't get frustrated if another person is showing you how poorly they think. Because if you're sitting there and you are working tirelessly, right? Particularly and especially if you are working tirelessly on another person's behalf, that is literally the sound of someone blocking their own blessings. It's not your job to get in an argument with someone that's blocking their own blessings. It's the observation, right? Because often energy like that, right? The space by which you're doing everything possible, and instead of someone saying, like I keep on hearing, the only sound you should be hearing right now is thank you, how can I help you further, versus someone potentially articulating the fact that they have like some kind of they've got, like, I keep on hearing there's healthy notes that we give each other in terms of saying to one another, this is what you can do better. Like, this is something that we can refine next time, versus somebody working through their own energetic displeasure. And I just got confirmation from that from one of your guides. Don't over internalize their displeasure. Let it inform you as to what's been blocking their blessings, right? And I know it's tragic. Like, when you see the space by which another person is blocking their blessings, it can be very devastating. But often the recognition or the observation of being able to identify or recognize or build into the context of being able to effectively realize or identify what that is. If I keep on seeing, this is what I mean. Like, I see you in a very different place. I see you, whatever this is that you're going through right now that's frustrating, I see you in a very different place in about a year's time. Like, this is going to be a distant memory. And don't let somebody, and I want to point out, sometimes when others apologize to us, right? A true apology is an apology that happens in real time, which is the space by which another person says, right? Like, I like the observation of being able to identify like what one can do better or what one can clarify, because this is why like it feels like, I don't know why it feels like not only has someone done you wrong, but they're blowing their opportunity to apologize to you specifically and particularly, because I keep on seeing location changes the nature of conversations. Location changes the nature of conversations. So the modality or the experience by which another person comes towards you only after you've succeeded in something, I keep on hearing you don't need to effectively navigate, like that apology might mean something different, because it's the question as to why it arrived when it did, rather than when you should have received it, is what I keep on seeing. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I keep on seeing, like I see you working tirelessly on other people's behalf. You deserve that too. You deserve to be in the presence of energy that talks positive to you in rooms that you are not in. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Holly. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you, Hardy P, for those roses. I absolutely am. Thank you for confirmation. Mixed messages. Hi there. Yeah, the saxophones. Hi there, Sharifa. How you doing today, Lil? And Gabrielle, thank you for those heart me's. Absolutely exactly what I need to hear. You're so welcome, dear. I hope these messages are helping you today, Azul. All right, the next person is Holly. Holly, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I got you. Thank you for letting me know, dear. And while we wait for Holly's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the raven. Thank you, guys. We'll do it again after the next. Oh, Lucas, well done. We'll do that again after the next reading. Look at you. Look at you. There you go. Excellent. What is, oh, here we go. Question from Holly. What is influencing my hesitation to tell my, oh. Okay, I got you, dear. Let me post you up here. And guys, make sure to give them some love. 4 cards, please. I mean, I got a double 10 of swords here in its reversal. So we can get into it. I feel like the thing there's a couple of different things that are coming through. And some of them are related to, some of it's related to the karmic connection between you and them. Some of it's coming through a guide. So I'm gonna kind of try to do my best to break down this, because you've got, I don't know, it feels to me like, I don't know if you already have a very strong connection with your guide, but the thing about it, and I keep on getting, you know, there's something, and I feel like there's something really, I feel like there's something really important in relationality to the closeness that I see you and another person inhabit, you know? Because I feel like I'm seeing, I feel like I'm seeing some kind of situation. I don't know why I keep on hearing it's a unique experience between you and them. I don't know if you guys have a deep history here, but I feel like I keep on getting, you know, even though you're not together, right? Like the relationship between you has never completely severed. I see the fact that it's changed in some way. And I feel like, you know, it almost feels to me like I almost see the condition by which I see you facilitating some kind of relationship with them that feels almost more like gentle parenting, is what I'm getting, you know? And I think that I think that there's something to observe about that, if that's the case. Because, you know, and I'm going to tell you kind of what I'm seeing here, versus like, like I'm going to tell you what I'm seeing versus what I'm attenuating that your guide is kind of indicating. The word you need to ask yourself is, and I feel like it's not you and them, you're stepping back from intimacy with them. Okay? And the thing you have to recognize when you're stepping back from intimacy with someone is it can sometimes feel like you yourself are being disingenuous, because it's the space by which you used to be with someone who you would tell anything to. But the thing about it is, what often occurs in the state by which we're having a boundary issue is a boundary issue occurs not in the modality by which we cross a boundary or we violate a boundary that another person has set, but the feeling or experience of navigating something that isn't necessarily within the context of the necessity of the relationship that we're currently inhabiting. So I want you to think very carefully upon the sphere that you are potentially hoping to cultivate with this individual to answer this question. And again, if this is a situation by which you and them are friends, or the space by which you and them are coworkers, then the observation and being able to recognize that the arrival into telling them something about your intimate life is potentially going to be something that that stirs up feelings within them. There's no condition by which you don't bring it up that it's not going to stir feelings. And in the space by which it stirs feelings, then the question is it necessary, right? Is it necessary in the day-to-day that you have with this person for you to effectively feel the need to stir up those feelings? Because if the answer is no, then the question that needs to exist more deeply is, why do you feel the necessity or inclination that you feel the need of feeling a pressing need to share that information with them? Is that something that you are doing? Is that you trying to heal the intimacy wound, which is you understanding that now that you're no longer together, right, you don't share everything with one another, which is normal and reasonable? Or is there something relevant and important that needs to be conveyed to them in the sharing of that information? Is there something that is relevant that you need to discuss with them that is related? Is something going to change between you both? Is something going to be affected by you both? Is there something that they need to be attentive to in their interactions with you? If the answer is no, then this has to be a question. There's some question here as relates to this potentially being, and this is where it's coming through from your guide, this potentially being an area where there's some shadow work that needs to be done. And what is the effective shadow work to be recognized there? If it's not going to affect their day-to-day, if you in that position has no impact on the outcome of the relationship that you currently have with them, then why do you feel, what is your aspiration or intention in the need by which you feel that you want to convey it to them? Because that answering that question, if the answer to what I just said is no, if the answer to what I said, if it does not impact their day-to-day, if it does not impact the nature of your relationship, if it does not impact how you experience one another or what the expectations are, then that question is the nature of your shadow work, which is why do you feel the need to have to communicate that? And further, what is your intention or expectation that will occur if you were to articulate it? Bottom of the deck, King of Cups. There's no context. Even when we have effectively moved on from one another, the modality of effectively allowing another person to know that we are now intimate with other people, it feels assumed. It's an assumed informational piece, right? If I am not with you and you are not with me, then obviously we are probably in the space by which we are exploring other relationships. So even by nature of the question, that is the question of shadow work there. Because the fact that you need to ask yourself, or the fact that you feel the need to convey that information to them, makes one understand that there might be something unique that is energetically occurring by means of the relationship that you have with someone. Because again, if that's the information, right? If that's the information that you would not necessarily share with an acquaintance, right? If it feels like it would be too intimate to express in a work situation or with somebody that you have an acquaintance with, then navigating that is potentially you continuing to do the work to try to untangle the intimacy that you once had with another person. And it's hard when we build into a relationship because stepping back from the intimacy that we experience is often healthy, but it makes us feel disingenuous. And we're supposed to feel disingenuous because when we're healing intimacy, we're not as open with one another as we were when we were together intimately. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway when we get to 100K over on the Clock app. So if you're joining us on the Clock app, make sure that you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 100K in no time. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I was completely joking, but it was the raven. Excellent. And thank you, Angela, for the follow. You're so welcome, Holly. Thank you again for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on your journey. Next person we are reading for today is, I've got Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer. And for anybody else who is interested in getting on the list today, we read for here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Angelic, Dream Interpretation, Past Life Mediumship, Love Readings, Pet Readings, Animal Spirit Guide Readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, Love, and Aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. I'm also going to take, we're also, for those who are joining us on the place where we keep the videos, your subscriber benefits are the same, your membership, paid membership benefits are the same as we have listed for those who are joining us over on the Clock app. And thank you for confirming where you sent. Thank you for confirming where you sent the message, Stella. I will look for it there. And just bear with me. So as I read over this, friends, I am going to take a minute to have to read over the information that came through. So while I do so, I will give you a hearth warmer to discuss as I read. Just bear with me one moment. Okay. And let me just see here. Perfect. And your hearth warmer for today is who was a surprising teacher in your experience? Thank you. One moment, please. All right. Oh, got it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. I got you, dear. Yep, absolutely. Sure thing. So again, we're doing an angelic reading in relationality to a difficult relationship, or some trauma surrounding a very difficult relationship. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the 7. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Stella here. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. Angelic guidance, please. 3 cards. So it's really interesting too, because every time I go to read for you on this situation, it's not the present angelic that comes up to talk about it. It's the past angelic that had to guide you through something. And hold on, I gotta write something down. Okay, so I need you to navigate the space by which we understand that something that you were experiencing privately with another person exists in another person's experience as an open secret. Like what they were effectively doing with you is something that they did all the time with other energy. And when you and the ability to effectively identify and see that is going to help you feel impacted by the perspective that the angelic had in relationality to how you were feeling and how it was protecting you from an experience reoccurring again, which is, and I keep on getting that there's a lot of energy around, there's a lot of miserable energy around this person that tries to portray themselves as sophisticated. And what do I mean by miserable energy? Will try to articulate that they're sophisticated, because there they are, right? There that person is, whose heart is literally breaking. There's that individual whose heart is literally breaking inside their chest. And as their heart is breaking in their chest, they're doing everything they can to try to play off that they feel perfectly fine about something, right? There's a bunch of energy around them that has completely disconnected themselves from spirit in order to perpetuate a relationship with that person. That, what I'm describing to you, is what it takes to be in this person's proximity. Because this is a situation by which this person is perpetually going around damaging things, having outside relationships, not feeling that others don't know about it, and everybody around them is completely aware that it's happening, and play the game that they're not aware to them in order to continually perpetuate the fact that they're in proximity to them. This is why when I articulate the fact that this person is living a miserable experience, this is the self-created misery that this person has found themselves in, because they are surrounded by energy that stopped caring long ago, because the only way they could perpetuate a relationship is by shutting down their heart space. So I want you to understand that that is the perspective that your angelic had in that situation. They saw that person and saw them surrounded by a bunch of cold energy, which is energy that says, yeah, they rub shoulders. I don't know if this person is considered really popular or distinguished. I often see this with energy that's very distinguished. Someone who will rather shut off their heart space in order to rub the shoulder against someone rather than have their feelings. So this is a lot of that energy by which we identify and recognize that this is a space by which this person lives. There's nobody around them that cares about them. And if you show care, you can't be anywhere near them. So what happened in the experience by which they did something with you that they've done with a lot of different energy? You have feelings. You're connected to your soul. You react accordingly. And what did you say? This isn't okay, right? And what did everyone around you who had a cold heart say? You are okay. right? Because that is the energy that was completely aware of what was going on and trying to make you doubt yourself because you wouldn't turn off your feelings, which is the space by which another person says, just stop feeling and go with it, and it would be energetically available to you. And this is why I see that that energy, like that angelic that was near you, was helping. And I know it's a very attenuated and angelic. I think you're the only person I mean, this is a situation by which I'm coming to understand this angelic more. They facilitated you continuing to feel, even if that feeling wasn't positive, because you expressing that negative feeling, you expressing the misery that another person was making you feel by not articulating upon the fact that they felt it too, was basically protecting you from them trying to do it again. Because they could see when they came towards you that you would effectively be affected, that you would effectively freeze up, that I wouldn't be surprised if you said you felt like an out of body experience when you were in proximity to them, because I keep on seeing an angelic taking responsibility for it and saying that the angelic was trying to protect you because the space by which you wouldn't be cool around them told them that you would never be cool with it. And so that's why I see the space by which you made another person aware of the misery that they experience, because the space by which another person, I keep on getting the space by which another person found out there's something that happened in terms of you showing up, by which another person realized that somebody had been perpetually covering for them or had known the whole time that things of this nature were occurring. And the space by which they said, we'll do what we always do and pretend it never happened, was actually a devastating moment for them. And it changed the nature of their life, because they suddenly recognized that they had not been getting anything over on anyone, but they were surrounded by a bunch of energy that simply did not care about them, so long as they didn't bring it into their awareness so that they had to deal with it. And so that's why I see that somebody has recognized, like you brought forth, and that's why that angel, the part of that point, you brought forth the shallowness that energy has been experiencing and lives within, but that they themselves created in the space by which they created a life by which they felt like they were celebrating themselves for getting away with something. But meanwhile, everyone around them could see what they were doing every single moment and allowed them to feel the fact that they were getting away with it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, it's hard too, because it's interesting. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting situation for me to read with it into an angelic that brings forth an apology. The angelics are not the angelics are not necessarily inclined to be in the space of apologizing, but in the space by which I see this particular angelic, I literally see a situation. I need to point out the angelics, when an angelic's protecting us, they'll do like they'll do what is necessary in order to facilitate the care that they have for us. And so I literally see somebody that felt better for you to despair than for you to go in there, is what I keep on hearing. Better to have you in a state of despair than to have your heart become closed. Better to have you in a state of despair, because that despair was making, at every moment that you were moving through a very toxic situation and you were despairing, that despair was acting as shield to let another person know you were never going to be cool with it. You are never going to navigate it with sophistication, nor should you, because the experience of the energy that's trying to navigate it sophisticatedly is absolutely miserable. And this is how much that angelic cared about you. They said, better for you to be despaired and for one day forgive them for it, because they knew that this day would come where you would be able to see again, and you'd recognize the fact. I keep on saying they recognize the fact that this is why they played that song for you. They were like, a better day is coming but I need to cloak you in this despair to get you there. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. And we are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. Stella, I'm not inclined to share guide names. That's personal information. So if you want to reach out to me privately, I'm happy to share the name of that angelic with you privately. What you choose to do with it after that is your responsibility. So thank you. I know, again, if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. That's fine. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, please remember, if you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership entitle you to the same benefits that I've listed as subscriber, which means you'll also be entitled to a free card each day. Please make sure that you're taking care of yourself, Sulan. Spirit's first directive is to make sure that we're protecting our vessel. So make sure that you're operating a space by which you're prioritizing the care of yourself. Okay? And if you need support in that, make sure that you're reaching out to someone to help you facilitate getting that help. Sending you support on that journey. You're so welcome, Stella. Hi there. Yes. Oh, hello, Fuller Angelic. It's very sweet of you. Facile, Faisi, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Hi there, Annette. These are donation-based readings. So if you would like to get on the list, I'm happy to read for you. We've got 2 spots left before the list is closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. But also, if you want to just remain in the room, sometimes the messages will transmit through other readings as well. Thank you for the help, Per. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, that's what I keep on seeing. Thank you. That's what I was seeing. Like they're very distinguished. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. You're so welcome, dear. Hi there, Muffy. Oh, Marilyn. So as I mentioned, these are donation-based reads. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. We've got 2 more spots available before the list will be closed. Thank you for the follow. And here I was still feeling in despair, no despair anymore. Well, that's why they're having the conversation now, right? They couldn't have had that conversation with you because it was not safe for you not to be in a state of despair. I know how strange that sounds, but that's their perspective on it. You're so welcome, Stella. To donate, all you head over to the tree that has Binks in it in my bio, Marilyn, and you'll be able to send it there. We read for here, for those interested, life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit, akashic, mind, body, spirit, aura, and love. Blessings to you as well, Logan. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Lucy. Lucy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the next person read for. It's an absolutely wonderful time to get on the list today. All right, I got you, dear. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got this Sal. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Lucy here. Guys, make sure to give Lucy some love. Oh, that one transfers. Okay. Oh, what is going on here? Ugh. This is giving me some type of energy, which is like wanting to go towards something, but not being able to stare at it. You know? Like I feel like it's you and another person trying to navigate the elephant in the room in relationality to an opportunity that should, like, I keep on getting that should, like, obviously go to you, is what I keep on seeing. The one thing the thing I'm identifying here, and I think that this is really important, which is like, I don't know why, it feels like somebody's intimidated. You know? How do I explain this? What's the best way to navigate? This is why I need the other card, actually. This is why they're, yeah. So, I have to stress this, and I feel like there's a conversation that you need to have in the difference between, like, you know, it's interesting because I don't know if you're having an argument with someone about a position that they want to put you in versus what you feel less inclined to do. But the thing about it, and this is why I see somebody that wants you for something that you're not eager for. Because the thing about it is, like, good leaders are never eager to lead. I need to point this out. Good leaders are always like, take this cup away from me. Like, good leaders are like, no, thank you. No, I'm good. No, 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 I don't want any of that. But then that's somebody's like, this is why we want you for it, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, I literally see a situation. I see a situation being like that one right there. Yeah, yeah. The one that is like averting the work. Like, that's the one we want, because I need to point this out. That's usually the sound of someone recognizing the space by which they can trust you. Right? And the thing is, like, when we, like, I see this, I don't know why. I feel like somebody is going through some kind of state of recovering around somebody who is grandstanding a lot. And what is grandstanding a lot? Like, grandstanding a lot is having to work through circumstances by which we are like perpetually demanding this, like, demanding to be centered in everything. And I keep on hearing, remember the difference between grandstanding and healthy centering is the observation of having to do something is usually the feeling of being like, well, I guess I'm going to have to be the one to do it. You're never, if you're in that, you're never grandstanding, right? Like, recognizing the space by which you say, okay, if anybody's got to do it, it's got to be me. There's nothing grandstanding about it. And the hard part about it, and I know that you asked for a career reading, but I feel like you're healing from some trauma, some very early trauma by which another person felt really insecure about you and constantly tried to tell you how ugly it was to grandstand. You've never grandstand. What if I told you never have grandstanded once in your life? But often energy recovering from insecure energy is the space by which another person, like a space by which another, I often see this with those with Leo tendencies, because Leos can't help, like Leos literally, they can't help their magnetization, right? And the space by which another person tries to say, like, it's really distasteful to command attention. It's only commanding attention if you're like, hey, it's only commanding attention if the attention is not thrust upon you. And I think that that's really important, because not only do I see you learning that, I feel like this is you trying to convince someone of that too. Like I feel like this is you trying to give someone a pep talk. And particularly as it relates, giving someone a pep talk, I don't know, I keep on hearing, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing somebody say you can't, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing you can't lose a reputation you don't have yet. I don't know where that's coming from, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like there's somebody around you who thinks there is something to be said about thinking too far ahead, which is something that's important. I don't know why I'm seeing this, but I keep on getting, there's something to be said for energy that blocks their blessings by thinking too far ahead. And what do I mean by energy that blocks their blessings by thinking too far ahead? Like, it's like when I see something like that, it's like spending money that you don't have yet, or potentially like worrying about something that hasn't occurred, right? So make sure that make sure you're giving someone the gift of a reality check, which is saying to somebody the difference between a now problem and the best problem is what I keep on hearing, right? And I keep on hearing the best problem is worrying about something. The best problem is worrying about something being too good or too successful, is what I keep on hearing. Like that is a best problem scenario, which is a space by which you don't make decisions upon it. But if it happens, you know how to energetically address it, right? So I think that that's really important, because I see you having to navigate a situation by which it's like I see you having to step up, and you have to tell someone else, you have to give someone else a reality check. Okay, like your reality check is saying, like, you could not grandstand if you tried, which is you effectively representing something might be the best alternative, especially if, I keep on hearing, especially if you keep on looking for others and being like, I guess you're being like, I keep on seeing someone trying to bring you back into it. Like that's usually the sound that you're perfect for it, because you're like, okay, fine. But the space by which another person is blocking their blessings because they're worried about the success that they haven't found yet, I feel like that's a conversation you need to have with someone, and making sure that they're making choices for the present, not for a future outcome that hasn't happened yet, that would also be the best outcome if it did. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, the Hierophant. The thing with the Hierophant in its reversal is, I feel like there's something to be said. I don't know, it feels like somebody who's around you who's taking advice from energy that's too established, is what I keep on getting. And the reason I mean that is energy that's too established doesn't need to make as careful choices, is what I keep on getting. Energy that's well established, things sometimes slip the purview of energy that's well established because they don't have to go through the things that others often go through. I know it's sad, but it's true. But I feel like that is what I almost see happening, especially if somebody's around you who's connected to somebody who's like very, I keep wondering, somebody who's at like the top tier or somebody who's like very, very good at what they do. That is sometimes the worst person to take advice from if you're starting to do something, because they're so far from the starting line that they forget what it was like. So make sure, like I keep on hearing, your gift is giving someone a reality check, which is saying like, look, and giving someone a reality check is we plan for the worst, but we hope for the best. And that way, if something works out better, and that says like small, like marginal successes are better than giant ones, because it allows the space by which one is able to effectively build in a healthy way, incrementally and sustainably. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And I feel like that, and at the same time, that's not related to you though. For you, step out of your comfort zone. Give it a try. I know, it's like, I know, it's the advice that I'm telling you to give but not take. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lucy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. Also, friends, we're at 68.3K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting another free reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. You know when you click on someone and they're saying the exact thing you're thinking? Oh, welcome, Cosmic. Good to see you today, dear. That's synergy, absolutely. And Melanie, thank you for the follow. Joyce, I need you. I have no idea what you're speaking about. So again, I would just ask again, make sure that you're communicating in a way that helps others understand what you're building into here, and make sure that something you're receiving here is helping you to feel more safe, seen, and supported. Thank you. Sade, I just broke up with my BF, differing interests. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, sending you so much support on that journey. You'll be the next person on the list if you get on the list. Nope, Bridget, you're next, dear. No, it's okay. I was waiting for you to come back. We are reading cards here, Bridget Lux. I'm doing well today. If you'd like to get on the list is open. We've got 2 more spots today. And Bridget, you've got perfect timing. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. On the disco. Perfect. And for anybody interested in joining us, we are reading for here Life Path, Highest Priority Messages from Spirit, Angelic, Dream, Interpretation, Past Life, Mediumship, Love Readings, Pet Readings, Animal Spirit Guide, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, Love, and Aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the designated channel. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a beautiful time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for after Bridget. I need to take a moment to read over this message. Oh, it's outside tea. Okay, hold on. Got it. Ooh. Okay. So to get on the list, Bridget Lux, all you do is send the donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio. For non-subscribers, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. And we also offer free 1-card readings to anyone who becomes a super fan. So it's 4 cards for 23 for super fans. And we've got 2 spots left on the list. Excellent. You can absolutely use it. What date was it, Avatar? Hold on a moment, dear. You said the 7th? Hold on a minute. Please hold. It was the 5th. Yeah, I got you. I'm adding you on it now. Okay, we've got 1 more spot available today before the list will be closed. So we've got 1 more spot today. Look at Lucas, just like on the ball. Excellent. Thank you, Bridget Lux, for the follow. All right, let's get to it. You're welcome, dear. Let's see. All right, let's, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. No dreams today, huh? I had some wild dreams last night. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We can count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your dreams were inappropriate. Spicy dreams. I do spicy dreams. Okay, we got the cat. It's a cat. Okay. We just have to PG-ify them. Actually, so just a change. Who is that? Dandy. There's been a change in the rates of the gifts. So in order to get on the list now, it's a meteor shower. But if you want to gift a meteor shower, I'm happy to add you to the list. Wait, why are you withholding spicy dreams? Why can't we all enjoy? Now you're in trouble, Bridget. You see what you've done? You see what you've done? Okay. Outside tea. Oh, thank you, dear. It's really pretty. Excellent. And Dandy is now on the list, and the list is now closed. If you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. And the first person on the list tomorrow will always have an additional card in their reading. Excellent. Stella, if you want to secure a spot for tomorrow, you're happy to do so now, and you'll have first priority. Okay. Oh, thank you, too. We still need 900 diamonds to get to the top 10%. Thank you, Mitch, for the follow. That's great. Excellent. All right, so we are I'm going to take a moment to read over now. We've got, this is Outside Tea, and I'm going to pin up Bridget here. And guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Readers supporting readers. And thank you, my good protective, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I'm pinning up Bridget here. Okay, Outside Tea. There was someone I was really close to for about 9 years. We were very close, and they were a big part of my life. Then about 1.5 years ago, they slowly stopped responding, and especially responding, and eventually disappeared without any explanation. From what I understand, they spiraled into a very fear-based, intense religious mindset and pulled away. And there was never any communication or closure. I've made peace with not having them in my life. But what recently triggered me was that yesterday on my birthday, after all that time of no contact, they viewed my story and liked a post about a family member's event, but did not acknowledge me. We were still friends on this space. I also found out yesterday that they reached out to a family member a couple of months ago to congratulate them on a life event. I thought they had deleted their account, but apparently they just blocked me without me realizing. The moment made it very clear I don't want any connection there at all. I'm not looking for answers or reconciliation, just full detachment and moving forward. It's been a mix of hurt and clarity. All that said, I don't want to do a reading about them. What I do want clarity on is a pattern I'm noticing. I've had a couple of long-term deep relationships where everything felt solid for years, but when something emotionally intense happened, the other person completely shifted. Instead of communicating, they withdrew and shut down. I'm realizing I tend to bond deeply with people who are great in connection, but don't have the same emotional capacity when things get hard. I'd really like insight into why I attract this dynamic, what might be overlooking, and how I can refine my discernment so I'm aligning with people who can show up more consistently, not just when things are easy. I got you, dear. What the heck is it? Hold on a minute. I gotta write this down. 1 second and we'll get started on your reading. And Stella, thank you for getting on the list. You'll have first priority tomorrow, and you'll have an additional card. Spiral, yeah, spiral. Yeah. Hmm. 21, got you. Okay. 4 cards, please. What's going on there? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Earth sign. One more. Yep. Okay. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Guys, make sure to give up. Hold on a minute. Guys, please remember not to message people promising weird things. Thank you. Okay. Iconoclastic. I love the fact that you're just grabbing that word by the throat and not letting go of it. I love you. I adore it. Okay. Yeah, let's get into it. You know, here's the thing. Yeah, I was waiting for that to come up. Yep, that's confirmation right there. So here's the thing about it, and it's related to one of your guides, because often when we've got certain some of us embody our guides without meaning to. And I see the fact that you effectively, you've got this, you don't mean to do it, but you embody a lot of the qualities and conditions of one of your guides. And that guide is a nurturer. They are the nurturing, they are a very, 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 very nurturing guide. And the hard part, the thing about it, and I'll tell you right now what I'm probably seeing in the shape of some of the healing that potentially happens, and I'm going to say this right now, all right, I want you to write this down. You are not a resting place. You are not another person's sanctuary. You are not a hospital. And if me stating any of those things immediately trigger you or remind you of a situation or circumstance by which everything was fine Everything was fine when they were energetically insecure, when they were in a state of need. Everything was fine when they were coming to you needy. A healthy relationship maintains after necessity is healed. A healthy relationship is maintained after necessity is healed. And I wouldn't be surprised if you now hold a lot more boundaries, because I just keep on seeing the shape of a lot of the karmic work that you've had to do is somebody coming to you, identifying that their life, right, that their life is in shambles, and then they leave you in shambles when they feel that they have healed, because that is the shambles, right? You've discovered the source of the shambles, right? There's shambles. There's shambles walking around the earth, right? There's shambles walking around the earth, identifying that everything's terrible, and then they find what's good, and then as soon as they heal, right, they identify the space by which they say to another person, you know, you're just, I'm no longer available. But the observation of understanding the quality and condition of the fact that you hold a lot of integrity and a lot of stability, and the modality by which, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of that energy, when things like you, this is why, and the reason I'm saying this, because when things start going awry for that energy again, and they show up again, you don't need to let them back into your experience. Healthy relationship is for better or worse. Healthy relationship is navigating the positives with the negatives. And that's not to say that the quality of our relationships change, but the space or place by which we try to project, right? You'll often see energy that tries to project their insecurity on the energy that literally is the reason that they're healed, right? There it is. Watch somebody try to project the insecurity on the reason that they're healed. And you're seeing that quality and condition in that first person that you stated, right? Somebody who needs to grab onto something and hold on to it so tightly that they don't see anything beyond it. And I would not be surprised if that, like you said, the identification point of a relationship by which you and another person were effectively in lockstep, doing everything together until, right, you identified the fact that they found, right, they found something else to concentrate on. And that's fine. And this is the thing that's not, there's nothing wrong with that, right? You identify that. You even described it. The shape or state by which you recognize that a relationship was changing is natural. It's normal. But what is not, right? But what is not normal is the space by which you identified that they're still keeping avid contact with somebody who is in connection to you, which again indicates, right, which then again creates the indication of potentially articulating that they themselves are avoiding you. And it's weird. It's not okay, because it's that observation, right? It's that observation that I want to bring you something important to your, there's two different things happening. We have to talk specifically about this relationship. Remember when I said that healthy spirituality is the ability to see things and not feel that your spirituality is damaged or made less secure in the space by which you observe it, right? That healthy spirituality isn't this. I want you to understand that this is somebody who you potentially recognize has gotten fanatical in the space by which not only are they very rigidly connected to something, but they feel the space by which they can't look at you because you believe something different than them. And I would be very conscientious to see if there's something about the connection to that family member that they feel they're more aligned as it relates to their spiritual connectivity point, right? So the space by which they're not showing you the fragility of, right, the fragility of their spirituality is demarcated by the fact that they feel that they need to avoid you in order to maintain it. Now, as it relates to the other situations, that is the result. I keep on getting, and this is like we can potentially go into it when we build into some of the privates that we that has a lot to do with you embodying your guide a little too much. Because the hard part about some of the guide work that I see that's embodied in you is you having to say to another person, you are not a resting place, you are not a sanctuary, you are not a place that someone comes to heal and then says thank you after they're feeling better. And meanwhile, you are left feeling drained or depleted because they've overstepped or taken everything from you instead of reciprocating. Your boundary is reciprocation. And I would also articulate right now, your boundary is making sure that you're not allowing energy in that is coming through a false help me mentality, which is the circumstance or situation by which another person identifies the fact that they themselves feel the need to be saved from their own experience beyond what happens that is an actual crisis. And that's not to say, don't misunderstand me, that's not to say that there aren't moments by which someone is in a true state of crisis, but not the crisis by which they look at their life as something that they need to get away from instead of working to better. Bottom of the deck on this reading, you're the hard truth. And I need to point this out. When we are avoiding things, we avoid the hard truth. And so the fact by which another person may feel like they were honest with you, if somebody was honest with you and they're not being honest with themselves, then that's potentially the space by which you're seeing, like you are the shape of their shadow work that they're working to avoid. Because it's the modality or the experience of being able to observe, right? Their own, right? It's them not being able to own or understand, right, what it is that they need to work through, but rather the feeling of you being too close. When we're not healed and someone's too close to us, then we will effectively feel the intimacy wound and avoid them because we feel that they know us too deeply. And so I feel like you're seeing that in relationality to someone moving into something that required them, right? Like almost a space by which they required them to potentially, and it's interesting because when I tried to say it, like working through the fear-based mentality, which is allowing their anxiety to get the better of them and allowing their anxiety to inform their decisions. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. The list is closed, but the list is open for tomorrow. You'll be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 84.1K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 100K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, Lucas, thank you. I'm way older than that, so I'll take the compliment. Thank you, and Misha, thank you for sharing the live. It's been your phrase of the weekend, earth sign problem. Oh, it has been? Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, it is. It's an earth sign problem. It really is. Yeah. We learned a new word. Yes, so true. Nice one. A very good point. This has been a pattern for all my relationships. And this is what I keep on seeing. Like, you have to hold wariness when somebody is talking about like something devastated. Like, I keep on hearing something devastated that's happening to them that they feel that they have no, like I keep on hearing when even like when somebody tries to articulate devastation that's occurring to them instead of taking accountability for their own part in it, is what I'm getting. There is a guide that was coming through that was taking some responsibility for it because you just embody too much of their energy. Yeah, I'm actually angry now and I don't get angry often. Yeah. Reciprocity is key in every relationship. Not everyone is realizing that simple fact. It's true. But again, this is why like we have to get out of this like patronizing mindset, right? Yeah, you don't get to know what's going on in my life now. Exactly. I said consider yourself. I did. I have to. I can't. Like we get so many of them in here. I don't know if you get the same amount. It's crazy. And it's creepy. Like why is there somebody trying to get somebody, like it's like somebody trying to lure someone into a private chat. It's really it's creepy. I'm the embodiment of what they believe. That is the difference. Sending you support, Bridget. Yeah, my sister does not align at all with what this past friend believes. I feel like I feel like there's something about it that they want to. I feel like there's something about it by which they feel like they can bring them closer to it. You know, like I see, like that's what's so weird about it. Like I almost see somebody that feels like they're looking at someone almost with a desire to bring them into the fold, if that makes sense. You know? Yeah, they don't practice what they preach. Well, that's why they're avoiding you. I told you, right? It's the observation of them seeing the shadow work that they're avoiding in you. Yeah, she doesn't like seeing, yeah, you're the hard truth. Exactly. Hi there, Donnies. I know, so over energy like that. I feel like my guides must be rigid. Just give me direct redirection. It's nice to hear. Guides aren't going to, here's the thing about it though. A good guide is not going to redirect you. A good guide is not there to tell us which way to go. A good guide is there to support our journey. You know, that's the hard part about it. I love when others get reassurance from their guides about how much of a BA they are. You probably are getting it too, Nicole. Don't be so hard on yourself. She's avoidant and just upped and walked out of your life. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a conflict that brought it to the surface. Yeah, I thought for a while something bad happened to them. Wow, that's wild. Got it. Thank you for letting me know where you sent it, Dandy. Hold on. And Damien, thank you for becoming the 111th member of my fan club. And thank you for the follow. Hold on. Hi there, Amira. Better discernment. That was the major message I was getting through on. Be conscientious of somebody that isn't taking accountability for the fact that there's some kind of, like, it's not to say that there aren't terrible things that happen, but somebody who takes accountability for what it is that they're working to improve instead of feeling like some kind of an escapist mentality in terms of trying to get away from their own experience. Reciprocity is the boundary. Very well stated, Minnie. Yeah, that's true. That's true too, Per. You are choosing wisely now. Mistakes won't repeat themselves. Hi there, Amira. We're in the States. These people have been reciprocal, and until boom, they're not. Well, that's what I keep on seeing. Like, what the reciprocity holds true, right? It doesn't disappear when another person's need disappears for it. You're not forgiving, you're not intruding at all, dear. You're welcome. I'm sending you support on it. We'll dive deeper into it when we're having those privates. The list is closed right now, Tate, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for and you'll have priority. I get you, Nicole. I get you. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And for anybody waiting for one-card readings, we've got, for anyone waiting for one-card readings, we've got two more reads before we get into one cards. So we'll be starting the one cards in about 20 minutes. I've also got a glare, so you guys have got to bear with me. Excellent. How you doing, Avatar? To get a mentorship, all you need to do, Nicole, is head over to my stack. There's a link there to sign up for mentorships. You can choose whether you want an individual mentorship if you'd like to buy a mentorship package. When you do so, message me directly with the day that you would ideally like to have the mentorship and the frequency. So when you do so, if you want to schedule an initial reading or a mentorship, the first mentorship, we'll build the schedule after that. So you can go ahead, schedule that mentorship, book the mentorship package, schedule the mentorship, and then we'll confirm the dates once you do so. Excellent. I emailed you. Yeah, I sent you an email. I'll try to send it again, or I'll message you. I can message you over. I'll message you after this over the disco. Okay, perfect. And if anybody else wants a one-card reading, you just need to become a super fan, and that makes you eligible for one. Yeah, a little bit of that type of energy, Minnie. Yeah. All right, let's continue. And so the next person we're reading for today. Hold on a moment. All right. Avatar, you said you messaged me. Can you give me the initial that the email name was sent under? Okay, hold on a minute. Oh, no message for me. Okay, I got you. All right, I got you here. I see it. All right, I'm going to pin you up here. All right, hold on a minute. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the crane. 4 cards, please, for Avatar. And 1 more. Why do I feel like this is connected to a past life with you? The reason you're feeling inclined is because you've got all this energy related to a past life on it. This is like, it's like what's going on? Your past life is wild. Come on, man. Let me see here. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. So yesterday's reading, you got the crane too. You got the crane yesterday, but we called it a stork. Okay, well that's some interesting like information. All right. So the thing about it is I need to stress this. I feel like this is something, I feel like the reason, like if you're feeling weirdly pulled to it, these cards are giving me indications that you used to be very heavily involved in it in a past life. Um, and I think like the thing that's hard about it is I feel like there's something about this past life that when you were involved in it, um, there was a pretty significant crash point, is what I keep on getting. And I'm not sure why, but I'm getting some inclinations or indications that there was something about that crash that you came out of unscathed, is what I keep on seeing. Um, the hard part about it, the hard part about it that I'm kind of seeing is I feel like there's like I'm getting a situation. I'm just going to read for you what I'm seeing, and you can put together whatever inclination you're feeling about it. I see a situation that feels a little bit like there was some kind of Cassandra effect in terms of something that you were saying over and over and over and over again to everyone about, and that nobody was listening to you on. Like it's not just the reason I see that you've got a lot of feelings around it is because I feel like you predicated, you predicated, um, and I'm going to describe this because it feels like you've still got a lot of emotionality. Like there's something about the emotionality connected to it. I keep on getting you predicated a crash that then others blamed you for because you managed to make it out unscathed. It was like the worst of both worlds is what I'm seeing. Like not only did you articulate, and here's the hard part about it, it created some volatility in your life. Because I literally see a situation by which you are trying to tell others, like, I think that this is going to happen, and this is what I'm doing about it, and a bunch of energy that basically scoffed at you. They were like whatever. And then meanwhile, when it happened, there you are. And the worst part about it is that I feel like it caused a lot of volatility in your life because energy tried to articulate the fact that you knew about it, and you being like, I didn't know about it. I just saw the direction that something was, like I see you saying to someone like I saw the direction that something was going. Like it wasn't necessarily sustainable. So I feel like it's really interesting because I feel like one of the reasons that you're potentially drawn to it is because there's something about it that feels like it would be very healing for you, which is the space by which I see you. Like I wouldn't be surprised if I see you doing so. I don't know if you do something in real life where you help others with numbers. I don't know if there's something that you do in life right now where you help others when they can't help themselves in relationality to how numbers work. But I keep on seeing that there's something related to that that is deeply connected with a past life, particularly and especially, and I want to point this out, because you use discernment, because I keep wondering, because you apply logic in a place by which others see chaos. Like I almost see you taking some kind of approach to something that says like, no, this is logical and reasonable, in the wake of others saying like, I can't make heads or tails out of this. So I want you to understand that, because it says to me, it's interesting, and I wouldn't typically read upon this. Like it was very strange for me that I started pulling this and I saw this past life coming up. But I have to describe, and this has a lot to do with some of the other work that we talked about in your past life. You used to have a quality in your past life where things that would not, you had a very early deep trauma early on, and it fortified you to a certain extent, because the things that others were normally afraid of, right? Like, I kept on seeing situations by which you be in a room with someone being like, that's the worst thing that could happen. And you being like, you don't know what the worst thing that could happen is. You've never touched the worst thing that could happen in your life, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like, you had to overcome something that others would have found insurmountable. And I keep on seeing that, to a certain extent, that really shaped and informed the rest of the way that your life went. And I feel like it's a fact by which you overcame, like, you were overcoming remarkable obstacles. But in the space by which you did it, I feel like it changed, it recalibrated your own sense of risk, in a space by which I see you saying to someone, like, I see someone being like, why are you taking risks like that? And you being like, this is not what risk means, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I think that the reason I keep on seeing, I feel like there's something very intriguing about the fact that you're feeling called back to it now. And I'll tell you right now, there's something about this energy, I'm just going to tell you right now, that is astrologically similar to when this experience happened for you initially. So I wouldn't be surprised if you feel like there's not only the fact that you're feeling drawn to something, but you're feeling a little bit of déjà vu around it, is what I keep on seeing, because I just keep on getting, I feel like I'm observing something there that is like, I feel like what I'm basically identifying that's occurring here is, not only are you awakening to some of your past life stuff, but the fact that you're awakening to something that you were very good at in the past life, particularly as I keep on getting, like, I don't know why I keep on getting the word risk assessment, or the space of being able to help others plan, like, help others plan for, I keep on hearing helping others plan. I don't know why I keep on hearing the word catastrophes. I don't know if that's something that you currently do now. But it definitely says this was something that was deeply, like, if you do something that is protective, I'm getting the fact that this feels, it feels healing to you, because I almost feel like, this is you being able to do something now that feels more restorative than what you could do then. Because, and I want to point out the difference of you basically being in deeply in something when something occurred, versus you arriving to it at the space by which it was when you left it, is what I keep on seeing, is you kind of healing a cycle, because I keep on identifying that it's not you, like, it's not you starting here and having it go there, but it going here and then going there, is what I keep on seeing. There's like a lot of that. I feel like there's the understanding. There's something really synchronous about you being invested in moving into something at the time by which in the past you were walking away from something with a sense of deep frustration because of others' misperception in terms of what it is that you were trying to protect them against, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Avatar. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you as well, Per. It's been pulling at you. Yeah, I can see it, so. Thank you so much, Benkol, for the roses. Yeah, it's been pulling at you. I can see why. I don't think so. Absolutely. Aging well is a state of mind, Ali. Thank you, Dios. Welcome. I think you'd be very, I feel like you were, I'm not getting you would be good at it. You were good at it. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Diosdado. I'm good at math and patterns, so I thought I would enjoy it because I want to work from home. Absolutely. And thank you for the follow, Diosdado. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, just let me know and I'll be happy to correct it. I keep picking that in a way, it seems. Yeah. What is the cup? What are you talking about with the, you mean the card with which card? The cup, what cup with the tree? And you're talking about this one, the Five of Cups? This is enlightening. Thank you. If I'm not wrong, a lot of people in this live are good with numbers. It does have a restoring feeling about it. You're so welcome, Masomi. Yes, I am. You're so welcome. Absolutely. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Dandy. And for anybody who's sticking around for one card readings for super fans, we will be getting to the one cards after this read. So make sure you're tapping, and also if you're tapping that screen, when we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. Excellent. Second call right now for Dandy. Second call right now for Dandy. And if Dandy is not here, if Dandy stepped away, we are going to get started. I need to hold on though, because before we, oh, hi there, Dandy. Before we continue, I need to, especially before we get to the one cards, I need to do something to make sure I can read the screen. So I just need you guys to hold on for a moment so I can make sure that I'm being able to see something effectively. A minute. Let me see if that fixes it. Please hold. I don't know if that worked. Oh, that didn't work at all. Hold on a minute. Okay, let me just close the line. Just close the screen a bit. I need to be able to see the screen. Just bear with me a minute, friends. Okay, where were we? Oh, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Perfect. Okay, great. We're back. All right, where were we? Hi, dear. Excellent. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as I mentioned, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the second person read for. Excellent. Okay, thank you. All right, perfect. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Oh, I'm already reading that it feels like it might be. All right. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the seal. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay, where are we? I just need a moment to read over this because there are some things that may be sensitive of nature here. So just bear with me a minute. Okay, I've got you, dear. First of all, sending you so much support on this journey. Um, there's a lot of sensitivity in this, so I'm going to make the choice to say that this is inside T. Let's do it. Let's just do an energetic read on it. And yeah. And I'm also going to pin you up here, guys. Make sure to give them some love. Legend, thank you for the follow. All right. 3 cards, please. Oh. So what I'm identifying here is I see somebody that goes through a lot of heaviness when they are in solitude. Like I see a situation of someone who carries a lot of trauma. Like this is a good person here, but they've got a lot of trauma. And I just keep on identifying that when they're working through a lot of that trauma, right? I feel like I see some kind of I feel like I see some kind of situation by which they have a tendency of spiraling. And the problem is that when they spiral, like, and that's the hard thing with spiraling. When you spiral, it's the fact that one thing, right? You say, I'm just going to do this one thing. And then that one thing inevitably leads to another and another until eventually you find yourself in a space that you did not intend to be. And the hard part about it, though, is working through the facilitation point of them navigating that bad choice. Because, and I feel like this is what's difficult about it. Like, I literally see a situation that as long as you're in proximity to them, everything is fine. But you have to recognize that the ability for us to maintain healthy choices should not require each other to be in proximity to one another, which is the identification of making sure that the choices that we're making in solitude are the same choices that we would be making if we were in each other's presence. And I feel like that is what needs to be navigated. Because the hard part about this, I don't know why I feel like I see a situation of someone who's saying, it's like, oh, it's okay. Like, this isn't going to be an issue because we're going to be together. But it will be an issue. Because being together, right, does not mean that we have to keep an eye on each other at every moment for fear that if we don't, something bad might happen or someone might make a choice that has an impact on us. So I feel like that is the first thing that you need to say to someone. I feel like you need to amplify and articulate that, especially when we join, right? Their choices become your choices, right? It's not one choice or the other. It's the choices that you make together. And the reason that we say the make together is not the fact, you have to understand, like, when we're in partnership, it's not the fact that we make every choice together. It's that our choices impact one another. And that's why being able to be mindful of that is how we build into the presence of counterpart. This is what we talk about with divine counterpart connection. Divine counterpart connection means an energetic connection by which we are taking our connection in consideration as we determine what is next, which isn't based upon the fact by which we have to perpetually, even in the space by which we check with one another. It's the observation that even when we don't check with one another, we're able to facilitate what would be best for one another, even in the context of the personal self. And this is effectively the reason that there's something here that needs to be healed. Because, and I want to describe this, the identification, if this person is trying to articulate and saying it's going to be fine, because once we're together in this way, it's going to go away. No, it's not. Because being together does not mean perpetual perception. Being together does not mean perpetual perception, because being in a space by which it says it's fine as long as I'm keeping eyes on them, right? That is not a healthy situation. That is a source of anxiety. So what you effectively need to do at this time is potentially help another person understand that what you need to feel safe, if you're going to move deeper into connection, is recognizing that they have the ability to self-regulate when you're not there. The conversation that you need to have right now is not about trust, because I literally see somebody who trusts you implicitly. It's about the understanding that self-regulation is the gift that we give to each other that allows us to be safe in each other's embrace, even if we're not there. And if this is an issue by which another person identified it, coming together, right, is not going to resolve the fact that they don't have that self-regulation. And the space by which you can say to another person that you want to effectively make sure that they have found that self-regulation. This is why I see that a lot of energy around you is experiencing or expressing concern. It's not the fact that they can't see the fact that another person cares about you. It's not the fact that they can't see that they aspire to do better. But the difference between aspiring to do better and the ability to do better is our ability to self-regulate. The ability by which we're able to identify, right? Not just the capacity by which we need to bring something forth, but the ability by which we know when to stop. And I want to point this out. If this is a situation wherein another person is potentially stating to you that they have no control over something, that is literally the sound of someone that says that they need external help with it. If they are articulating that there is something that they do not have control over, then it is perfectly acceptable for you to articulate that they need to be getting consistent help with it. And that consistent help is conditional in you feeling safe. Because when we don't have control over things, we hurt each other with the things that we don't have control over. And that is the space by which another person can't say to you. You cannot take them at face value if they say that they'll get better, because you can't get better at something that you have no control over, because that is somebody trying to bring this state of saying, I can figure out how to regulate it, when they're literally saying they have no power or control of themselves at the time that they're experiencing it. So there might be a conversation about saying to them that the solution is not moderation, it's absolute refraining. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, if somebody's in a space by which they're trying to identify that they can moderate it after this has happened, if they've literally dictated to you that they have a spiral effect by which they say that they can do something, but then it slips out of their control and they find themselves doing something that they did not expect to do, you cannot have somebody that says, I'll get it under control. It's not a control issue. They need to stop doing it entirely. And there's nothing wrong with stating that. But the danger zone is somebody saying, no, it's fine. I'll figure out how to, like, if this is somebody who says, I'll figure out how to get a handle on it, right? They need to understand that the circumstances would not be the way that they are between you now if they had that ability. That if they're stating that that is something that was in their control and they cared about you, then the situation would not have arisen. Because especially if they said, I didn't mean to, they can't say I didn't mean to and then say I'll get better at it. They just need to stop doing it entirely. That is how they can show you that they're in a space by which they're ready to change in order to be safe to you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is now closed, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the second person read for. You'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the Daily Collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We also got to 100K. Thank you guys for helping us reach our goal. I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Ta-da! Yes, thank you as well. And thank you again for the follow, Legend. Hi there. The list is closed today, Uganda, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You also have additional card reading. We're also about to start one-card readings for super fans if you'd like to become a super fan. This is very true. Thank you, Avatar. That's exactly what they've been saying, that he'll be different when he comes back. But it's not about different. It's about whether they can navigate the space of the choices they make when they're in solitude. Yes, they've been saying that they have no control and they've been getting help recently. So again, the observation of making sure that these are all signs that they're moving in the right direction, but making sure that they're not trying to control something that they have no control over. These are all good signs. I'm very glad to hear that. All right, let's continue right now. We are now moving into one-card readings for super fans. If you are a super fan and would like to get a card, have a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you are also, please make sure to be recharging your heart knees. If you would like an animal spirit guide card, oracle card on top of your one card. Yes, one card, mind, body, spirit. Make sure that you're not rushing through things. Make sure that you're taking time to do something and giving yourself, make sure that you're giving yourself extra time to do stuff is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, Ace of Swords. I feel like we're trying to get you out of feeling constantly rushed or panicked. I feel like, yeah, it says to me, there's something about you being panicked. It's better, like it makes you kind of move into like, it takes you a lot longer time to regulate. So give yourself that extra time. Always, like anything that you're doing, like expect it's going to take a little bit longer, and that way you won't feel rushed through things. It's my one card, please, offline. Ace of Swords in its reversal. So make sure that you're understanding the difference between something that you're navigating for a short period of time versus something for a long period of time. If there's bottom of the deck, if there's something that you're doing, like the difference between saying like I'm doing this for now versus I'm okay with this indefinitely is making sure that you and another person have the same manifestation goals in terms of what it is that you're working to. So make sure that you're building into that calendar to help you build into the understanding of what it is that you're working to change, especially with the dog energy. I feel like there's a lot of this message is actually coming through one of your guides, helping you to like make sure that you're goal setting in terms of what it is that you're working to achieve right now, or like what that long-term or future goal is. I feel like that's going to help you in terms of building in a day-to-day that makes you feel like you're progressing towards something in a positive way. Bridget, one card on counterpart, please. Ooh, went transverse. Yeah, I see somebody that's like in the midst of like thinking up a new business strategy or a new business plan. Bottom of the deck, I told you. I feel like this energy told themselves that they could retire, and there's no such thing with energy like this. They gave themselves a break, and now they're tired of their vacation, is what I keep on getting. They need a vacation from their vacation. Yeah, the blank manifestation. You know, they've got some of that earth sign energy. Like they don't like not having some kind of routine. I feel like they're in the midst of trying to create a routine for themselves. General for Melissa. One moment, please. Melissa, I see some kind of situation or circumstance by which you're having to hold some firm boundaries on things. Just because everybody's doing something doesn't mean that you need to do it. Yeah, don't let somebody say like everybody's doing it. Be like, well, maybe everybody's wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, like I feel like it's you having to help another person understand, right? Like the quality and condition of another, like the quality and condition of bullying is when somebody tries to articulate that everyone's doing it. Yeah, like the fox energy. Like I feel like I see you saying to someone, like everyone's doing it is not a manifestation goal, right? The observation as to whether it's appropriate is the conversation that someone needs to be having with someone. Highest priority for her, please. Knight of Wands, and it's upright. So I feel like that's working through situations or circumstances by which, like, it's interesting. I feel like there's a lot of communication that you're building into as it relates to being in the space of building into healthy counterpart connection. It's interesting because it's having to do in the space of your dreams, right? I feel like there's something about that dream space, about you, like your guides, like your last dream was wild because it was your guides watching to see if you're ready to navigate the intimacy that would have effectively been a blocker. We're another person to try to come towards you in some way, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, I love it too, because especially I love the fact I keep on returning back to the dream by which they said to you, what are you doing? And you said something that you thought was an excuse but was the actual reason, right? Like your counterpart will never see your inquisitiveness as a negative because they'll want to tell you everything. Ava, one card on messaging them. I feel like it feels to me like somebody who will appreciate hearing from you, like it's been a while, especially with the Chariot card. I think that there's something important. I feel like it's you and another person are both busy, and it's hard to keep up with things, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the thing with the frog energy, though, is I keep on seeing, making sure it's clear as to whether it's friendship or otherwise, is what I keep on getting. I don't know if there's ever been some kind of weird energy between you, but make sure that there's a clear understanding of what it is that you mean to one another. Yep, one card for Ivana, highest from self, please. Higher self. I feel like don't let another person get you in a state of anxiety, but observe if somebody's trying to. Yeah, it's giving me observe, don't absorb, right? When somebody says something provocative, you can say, why would you say that? You know, you don't, I keep on hearing, you don't need to answer. Like, you don't need to fill in the blank on someone's weird question, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, if somebody asks an inappropriate question, it's perfectly fine to respond back with a question, which is like, especially in the space of like you don't have to be comfortable asking a question that you yourself would never ask another person, is what I keep on getting. Julia, one card highest and best, please. This feels like a really creative time for you. Make sure that you're making introductions. Make sure that you're identifying and recognizing what you're working to change. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the World card. I feel like this is a good time for you to be networking or introducing yourself or putting yourself in places that they haven't seen you before, right? Like I feel like I keep on seeing like helping another person meet you in person. I feel like there's something about meeting in person that can't be communicated on screen. So if you have the opportunity to meet somebody in person, make sure that you're taking it. Erica, so we don't look at the cards to build into what we should do, but I can draw a card in terms of why you feel connected to that energetically. I feel like there's something about that is actually you coming into a healing journey, something that you would have avoided in the past, but you feel like you come to naturally. Bottom of the deck, especially with the Ace of Pentacles, I think it's interesting because I feel like to a certain extent, I don't know why, it feels like you used to have some shadow work around it. Or feeling, I don't know why, like it feels to me like you're healing some kind of relationship to that profession in some way. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the owl energy. You know, I feel like it's you, like you're healing in terms of seeing something in a different way or finding, like I keep on hearing, finding a unique niche in terms of that, that feels like it's in alignment to you also being able to learn something. Like it says to me, it's like, it almost feels like it opens a path of knowledge to you in terms of higher learning. Alexandra, one card on work, please. We've got the Four of Swords in its upright. So I feel like there's something important there about you bringing, like you are like, I don't know if you realize this, but you are like some kind of source of peace where you are. Like the ability of you kind of moving through things that others, yeah, like I feel like I see others kind of working through a state of panic and you just moving through easement is you not being rattled. Yeah, like you not being rattled by another energy. Like you not being rattled by another energy's threats. But just I keep on hearing like taking like it almost says to me like it's not that it's like I keep on hearing like good things aren't cultivated with threats is all I keep on hearing. Like we do the things we do when we care to do them, not because we're threatened, but because we desire to, is what I keep on seeing. So I almost feel like it's you and another person having a different point of view on things. Nicole, one card on the energy around, oh, I still feel forced. Oh, I'm still forced to connect with. I mean, the like it says to me, somebody who, someone who desires to stay connected to you, they don't have the same access, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, like it's like the difference between someone working to resolve or trying to get back together or trying to like heal something versus you helping to another person to identify. I keep wondering, no false illusions in terms of why you're communicating. Like making sure that you're absolutely clear in terms of what you mean to one another and what they can energetically expect. Right? Like all, like that is you continuing to reaffirm, like you do that every time you reaffirm a boundary. And I keep on hearing not necessarily needing to respond to everything that they articulate to you if it doesn't feel like it's in the process of getting something done. Chrissy, one card, highest priority message, please. I feel like I see a situation or a circumstance. Like make sure that someone's coming towards you with intention, not in the space of trying to pass the time. Bottom of the deck, yeah, like the especially if you're in the process of trying to do something, like making sure that you and another person have the same expectations in terms of where a relationship is going or what you mean to one another is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit card, like yeah, making sure another person isn't getting the wrong idea in terms of what it exists between you and them. Right? Which is why we, again, it's continuation of making sure that we state clearly what those manifestation goals are in the long term. Claire, one card on, oh, yeah, so the thing about it, and I've actually done reading, like videos on this. Sometimes, I know it's going to sound a little bit odd, cord cutting sometimes reinforce connections. Because the best way to identify, sometimes the work we do in cord cutting is being able to recognize the state and nature. I always see cord cutting more as an act of divination in terms of being able to see the state and nature of an energetic connection. When we're working, when we're working to heal, it's not about cutting, it's about embracing. which is often the space by which, like the force by which we try to cut something sometimes creates a lot of volatility, but the space by which we try to healthfully, like separate in a way, is by understanding the state and nature by which we desire to, especially with the swan energy, right? The work that we effectively, like I often, like this is what I do in a lot of mentorships, like the work that we do to understand the quality and condition of why we feel connected to someone is how we can work to heal it. Thank you. Minnie, one card on the energy you're currently embodying. I feel like I've got a lot of this no nonsense approach around you in the best way possible, which says that like overthinking sometimes gets in the way of acting, right? Yeah, like especially with the Knight of Swords, like I see energy around you that like could overthink till the cows come home, but somebody needs to make a decision. And I almost see you kind of having to be like you perpetually having to be in that position of saying like, look, I appreciate the feedback, but this is what we gotta hustle this up. We gotta expedite this. So helping others like understand that you're doing that for the sake of moving something along more rapidly. Guys, please remember not to message people promising weird things. Be safe out there. You're welcome, Julia. Beck, thank you for becoming the 113th member of my fan club. Avatar, I got you. I see you there, dear. The list is closed right now. If you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, Nikki will be the second person read for. I have no idea what that is, Diostato. Hi there, Ash. The list is closed right now, but if you want to get on the list tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. You'll also have priority and you'll be read for before the Daily Collective. Hey there, Faith. Highest priority for Nikki, please. Make sure that you're making plans or giving others an update on what your plans are. Yeah, to make sure that there's not any volatility between what you have coming forward or what your plans are in the future. Like I almost see a circumstance or situation by which you're being energetically adaptable in terms of helping another person understand. Like I see you kind of working through, making sure like double check those plans is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the fire dragon, like making sure that you're giving someone a heads up in terms of what your schedule is, so that there's no conflicts. The list is closed today, Ash, but if you want to get on the list tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for, and you also have priority, which means you'll be read for before the Daily Collective. We're doing one card readings for super fans now if you'd like to become a super fan. I saw that, Bridget. I'll be reaching out to you shortly about that. Hannah, one card on that phone call today. It feels like somebody who's genuinely interested in connecting with you. Bottom of the deck, make sure that you have the same desire to go somewhere is what I keep on seeing. Like, especially if there's something about travel involved. Animal, spirit. Yeah, especially with the ram. Make sure somebody wants to collaborate with you, not guide you, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I keep on seeing like make the difference between someone who is the difference between somebody who's looking for a collaboration versus somebody who is looking for someone to teach or someone to take on something. Like check the hierarchy on something. Absolutely. You're welcome. Avatar, I got you. Highest priority for Avatar, please. Yeah, Avatar, this is saying to me, like, I feel like there's something about this time that is very in alignment with a past life. Or I would definitely be writing down any impressions that you have right now, because I feel like there's something, it feels to me like there's something that you're doing. It wouldn't just be nourishing for you, like practically, it would be nourishing for you emotionally, because I literally see a situation by which others blame something, but being able to do something that feels like it heals or fixes it. Yeah, it feels like kind of a full circle moment between a past life that moved away from something versus you entering at the time that the past life walked away from it. Angelique, one card, please. General. Make sure that you're making choices that feel like they prioritize the care of the self. That's not selfish if it's reciprocal. Yeah, especially and particularly, there's nothing selfish about doing something for the self if it's something that you would eagerly give another. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially in relationality to time out off or taking some time for yourself to be able to do something that you've been putting off is what I keep on getting. How you doing, Beck? You're so welcome, Ava. Thank you for those gifts, Angelique. Excellent. The Rocky Road is Ellen. You're so welcome, Julia. Ella, 1 card on job search. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Again? This feels like a good time for you to be searching. I don't know why, but it feels like a very, like this time period particularly, bottom of the deck. Yeah, because especially making sure that you can move into something very quickly. Like I keep on hearing, be ready to start in an instant if you're looking right now. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the owl. Like be like I keep on seeing, just like have everything ready. Be like, I can start tomorrow is what I keep on seeing. So making sure that you have the like a schedule for another person in terms of when you can realistically start. On point. I'm extremely clear and set all boundaries for the least amount of access possible. Yeah, that's hard because it seems like somebody who's trying to be friendlier to you. Excellent. You're so welcome, Nicole. Obviously not this. I mean, like, yeah, somebody jumped at the opportunity when I stated that, didn't they? I would, yeah. Well, again, if I mean, we can always dive into that if you ever feel inclined to, but I also respect the fact that you don't want to. You're so welcome, Hannah. You're so welcome, Nikki. How you doing today? How you doing today, Mim? You're welcome, Chrissy. Hashtag growth. I love that, Nicole. Laurel, 1 card, highest priority, please. I expect that, like, go for those plans right now. You know, like I keep on hearing, to make the positive decision, right? Yeah, like don't let the past, don't let somebody trying to ruin something that you love hinder you from enjoying it. Yeah, this is you reclaiming something for yourself. Like don't let some kind of bad energy from the past ruin something that you delight in. And if you're going through that experience, say this is how you reclaim it, right? You've got to kind of let yourself do it to be able to re-own it again in a way that feels like you are like building your relationship back to it. You're so welcome, Hannah and Avatar. You're so welcome, Ella. You're so welcome, Anjali. Thank you, Ella. You're so welcome, Nicole. Hi there, Nakia. These are 1 card readings for super fans if you would like to become a super fan, but I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Ella. You're so welcome, Laurel. All right, my friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing them. We do have to give out the 100K giveaway, though, before we pop off. So before we leave today, I am going to think of a number I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 49. First person I see that posts that number will get a free reading, eligible starting tomorrow. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, Laurel, congratulations. You got it. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that goal today. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 10:15 a.m. 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Turning on that bell, hitting that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow, and anyone who's on the list tomorrow, anyone who pays to get on the list for tomorrow, today will be added, will be able to have priority tomorrow, which means you'll be read before we start the Daily Collective. If you became a superfan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our superfan only disco channel. If you become a superfan, just message me a disco gift and I will send you that invitation. You can introduce yourself to the collective, and in the perk section, you'll find a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class will be May 21st. We are going to be focusing our studies on the court cards and the pentacle suit. Thank you. I appreciate that, Bridget. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers. Thank you, Honey Pie, for the follow. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you, K. Megan, for all your help today. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.